And there we go. Should have cleared my throat before the camera came on. But Friday night is party night. Here we go, 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 go. There we go. Hello, Megaleech. Hello, Luke. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine. Thank you very much. Daylight. I was going to not put... Do I want to vary my drinks tonight? Because I'm going to make a bunch of tropical drinks for videos tonight. I think... Yeah, we're just going, will I make a martini? Because I actually topped up my freezer martini the other night. And it's always a new drink. It's always a new drink when I top up the freezer martini. Not hugely different, but slightly different each time I do it. So, yeah, why not? I think I'll start off with a freezer martini. The alternative would be to make something with whiskey. I was going to do a bottled old-fashioned as well, and I haven't got around to it because I want to make a special syrup. Probably with raw sugar and cinnamon and some other spices. I'm going to do that now, though. Does anything else leap out as inspiration? Probably not, really. Could just have the chocolate gin and orange ginger ale, spiced orange ginger ale. That's always nice. No, I'm going to have a martini. Fuck it. I'm going to have a martini. I'm going to taste my freezer martini. You just got to get a martini glass from down here. Don't break any glasses. It'd be embarrassing. Hello, Abigail. Oh, no. Migraine heck. That's not good at all. All right. Wonder if you feel glad to have me here to tell you migraine heck is not good. Luke, how do you think it actually matters that someone calls out Scott Morrison for lying? The LNP can't afford to acknowledge he's a lying sack of shit. So they will continue to deny. Because recent history has shown us if you are arrogant enough and shameless enough, you are never held responsible for anything in public life. And hello, Safa. Cheers. Oh, man. Oh, that's good. Yep, okay. I remain a fan of my freezer martini. It's an excellent idea to have a freezer martini on hand. Abigail, I don't know that anyone specifically has called him out for anything. So I'm not really sure what Luke was getting at. It's just he said in a radio interview, I don't believe I've ever lied in public life, to which everyone's gone, that's the biggest fucking lie of all. In fact, what I found hilarious about him saying he doesn't lie, such a stupid thing to say. It was already a meme. Someone had done a meme of like him being interviewed by Waleed Ali, and he's asked the question, what's the biggest lie you've told as Prime Minister? And Morrison responds, I don't tell lies. And Waleed goes, that's my favorite one too. And And then Morrison just went and did it. An interviewer said, everyone's calling you a liar. And he goes, I don't believe I've ever lied in public life. It's just such a fucking ridiculous thing to say. He's such a piece of shit. He has such contempt for the public. Such contempt for the public. It's almost like shouldn't let it get to me. People like him really enjoy knowing that their bullshit is getting to you. But if I'm being completely honest, his bullshit is getting to me. Fucking hate the guy so much. Joyce admitted Joyce lies. I don't know. There's another soulless monster, Barnaby Joyce. I mean, the thing I really want to get, and it's pointless saying it because none of these people have any sort of soul. But I like to hold them up and go, here is the big lie of this is all based on merit. Because if it's all based on merit, you are literally telling me Barnaby Joyce is the best person in the entire country to head the National Party. Scott Morrison is the best person in the entire country to be Prime Minister. It's fucking ridiculous. Raiders, we are hating on Scott Morrison and Barnaby Joyce at this very moment. As pointless as such endeavors are, so my freezer martini didn't turn into a slushy. I was clearly lagging on the Navy strength rum in my freezer martini, and the alcohol content had got low enough that would actually freeze a little bit. Last night's top out had a decent whack of Navy strength gin in it, so no more ice. You can see how much it chills the glass though. Like it would be below 0 Celsius. It's just there's so much alcohol in it. It's not freezing. So if it looks like lemonade, what you are seeing is what we call the louching effect. Because of the botanicals in gin, there is a certain amount of oil in gin, but you usually don't see it. Gin tends to be clear. But when you drop the temperature, the oil comes out of solution somewhat. And also that also happens if you mix some gins with something else. As Kirsten has pointed out, the Archie Rose Bone Dry Gin has a comparatively high oil content. If you just stir it with ice, that will make it louche. And if you add vermouth to make a martini, it will louche. The oils will come out of solution. So there's all science behind that and chemical bonds and temperature and shit. Ask some scientician about that. But it is a thing that happens. Fuck me, that's a good drink. I'm just gonna I'm enjoying this so much every single time I take a sip, I'm going to be compelled to say how much I'm enjoying it. Because the answer to the question, how much are you enjoying that, is a lot, dude. A fucking lot. Yeah, so Abigail, I'll allow you to be headachy and not put you on the spot for science stuff at the moment. And Safa, excellent question. Why has winter, or at least autumn, come back through much of the east coast of Australia in November, having bizarrely cool temperatures, like bizarrely cool? Okay, Abigail, have a quick lay down while migraine meds kick in. And I hope they kick in. I hope they work for you. And it would be very nice to see you back. But if self-care dictates that you must dip out and just lie down for the evening, absolutely understand that. But I remain hopeful. your migraine meds will kick in and you will feel good and you'll be in a mindset to join us anon, because that's always good. So, yeah. We did not get half the rain they were predicting today. We did get rain. It wasn't as windy. It wasn't as rainy. There was some wind. There was some rain. Just looking at the Bureau thing again now. Jesus, the entire fucking state is just covered in rain clouds. It's cleared from a lot of New South Wales, but the entire Queensland coast has rain formations on it. Who's got flood watch? Gippsland. Yeah, Gippsland always fucking coughs. All the low-lying places in the state is got to watch out for flooding. Severe weather warning. Top priority, immediate broadcast. Central, North Central districts. Strong gusty southeasterly. So who's that? That's centered on Daylesford. Okay. 55 to 70 kilometres an hour winds, gusts up to 90 kilometres. Kyneton, Daylesford, Bacchus Marsh. All right. So they're just saying the temperature is going to stay about what it is, 10 or 11 degrees. Okay. What are they predicting? Not so much rain, but still more rain tomorrow. And Sunday, less rain probably on Sunday. Monday, less rain again. And then they're expecting it to die off by Tuesday. My God, what is with this weather? Glee, worst is yet to come. Yeah, tomorrow is supposed to be worse than today for most people. And then it gradually is starting to ease off each day after that. But we'll see. So if you're saying Nowra got 77 millimeters, that's a lot. That is a lot. Ads nearly got caught in flash flooding. Poor bugger in front didn't make it out with his vehicle. Bummer. You just auto-corrected twice. Bugger turned to bigger. I knew you meant bugger. We're saying Bert Newton's funeral today. He was certainly an icon of Australian television for decades, from the 60s through to the 90s, really. I'll always remember the incredibly awkward thing he did where he had Muhammad Ali at the Logies one year. And he's there with him. And when Muhammad Ali said something flattering to Bert, like, you look like you'd be a good fighter. He just said something flattering to Bert, and Bert just went, "I like the boy." And Ali says, "Just like, what did you call me?" And Bert's like, "What?" And he's, "What did you just call me now?" And there was genuine anger from Muhammad Ali, and Bert Newton's going, "What the fuck did I say?" And because boy was not a racial insult used in Australia for black people, and it was in America, particularly in the South. And so Bert didn't call him boy; he said the boy, and that's just a phrase. I like the boy, and Bert had no idea what he'd said to offend Muhammad Ali, and because the Logies is live, and Bert's doing this. He was acting it up a bit, but he's also sort of slightly genuinely distressed. He's going, "Please, someone tell me what I said before he punches me. Someone tell me." Salumi, hello, good evening to you. And Michael, good evening to you too. We're all rolling into a Friday night. You can see me dressed in my formal cocktail making gear, making tropical cocktails. I've been busy today making a clarified painkiller. which is like a classic tiki drink. It's pretty simple: rum and pineapple and orange. And I went and made it more complicated. Clarified it with cream of coconut. Because that's what it is. And I've actually already made it. I just got to do it to things. So yeah, the normal recipe is rum, pineapple juice, orange juice, cream of coconut. So, and the exact amounts vary depending who you ask. I looked at different recipes. The rum went from 1.5 to 2 ounces. The pineapple juice was between 1 ounce and 4 ounces, depending who was saying it. The orange juice was from 1/2 ounce to 1 ounce, depending who was saying it. Cream of coconut was 1/2 ounce to 1 ounce, depending who was saying it. So I went with 2 ounces of rum, but I split it to 1 ounce of 75% alcohol rum and 1 ounce of 55% alcohol rum. So it's very overproof, this one. 3 ounces of pineapple juice, 1 ounce of blood orange juice, and then I used cream of coconut to clarify that. I added that to 2 ounces of cream of coconut and then filtered it, and it's come out, because of the red from the blood orange juice, a very nice pink peach color. And I'm going to pour it. In fact, I should be getting... Oh, no. I put the glass with the ice in the fridge, not the freezer, so it doesn't have to temper. So I shot all the pouring stuff, and now I've just got to fake making it to camera because I've got cutaway shots of making it. B-roll, baby! And so I've done the B-roll stuff, and I've just got to fake making it to camera. Like, hey, I'm going to put this in now. No, I'm going to put this in. No, I'm going to put this in. So Glee, Bert was doing a line from his Colonel Sanders ad when the Muhammad Ali thing happened, kind of behind the times when I was back there. Well, Bert's problem was that, like I said, boy was never used as a racial insult in Australia, and it was in America. No American would say boy around Muhammad Ali. And again, and I said, Bert didn't call him boy. He used the phrase, I like the boy, which is just a generic phrase people would use. It was just racially charged for a Black American. And Bert literally didn't know what he'd done, which was pretty funny. Annette, hello. How are you this evening? I'm just going to toast you all once more with my thing. So for sit down, using boy at all in the US is racially charged. So yes, particularly a white person telling a Black person to do anything and saying boy is incredibly racist. It's tied into slavery and dominance and Jim Crow. It's pretty fucked. Oh, Glee, we were doing blackface. You still get stupid as fuck arguments from Australia. Australian people saying blackface isn't racist. Salumi, oh, you think you... Okay. I think I did the laugh react on Facebook when you said you were old now, because I don't want to go where that leaves me if you're old. You are coming into your prime. Personally, yeah, I've just felt better as things have gone on. Certainly at this stage, bits of my body ache that didn't ache when I was 30. But, I mean, yeah, I just try to enjoy the time I'm in now, really. So, oh, Ned, if you missed it, we're talking about Bert Newton because his state funeral is today. My favorite Bert memory was when he upset Muhammad Ali accidentally. Ooh, ouch. Salumi, started your prime by slicing your finger open. I was just marveling today. That's the finger I cut a couple of weeks ago on the stream and screamed a lot because I'm a little wuss. I thoroughly expected basically a big bit of skin to die and form a scab, which I'd have to get, and it's just healed really well. I'm astonished how well it healed, honestly. And I think as with the help of Mrs. Angry saying, no, put disinfectant on it like this, and then put Band-Aids on it like this. And I think that was a very big part in it healing properly, that I had Mrs. Angry looking after me. But I am astonished at how it healed. I mean, I always thought it would heal, but I seriously thought a big bit of skin would die, and I'd end up sort of, losing that as a scab, and then it'd be fine. But that didn't happen. It just healed, which is friggin' amazing, quite honestly. Me and fucking sharp things. Not a match made in heaven. Me and sharp things. Oh no, Salumi, your partner saw you would do hold the hand above your head. I hope it stops bleeding. This bled a fucking lot. Yeah. And in fact, the cut was like not pouring blood, but every time when I put a new Band-Aid on it, there would be blood stains on the Band-Aid for like 3 or more days. It was a really fucking nasty cut. I'm a fucking idiot. Mega Leech, you are wise in thinking me and sharp things gives you anxiety, because I am not to be trusted with sharp things. Speaking of me and sharp things, I should make a pineapple garnish before I get too drunk. Silmi is good at helping you. Just used to accidentally hurting yourself. He wanted to help. Pretty deep. You're concerned you need... I thought this should have been stitched, honestly. Chris, what up? Playing GTA remakes while you listen. Nice. I have got to get those GTA remakes. I absolutely want to play them. San Andreas I loved that game so much. And I never really played the other ones. Glee. Yes, you can always be in your prime. It's attitude. But yes, the body does develop a few aches. Sadly, Glee, AZ, not great. AZ he's got some sort of infection on his leg, which is getting a bit out of control. I haven't heard from him for a couple of days. For all I know, he could be in hospital again. So, Michael, you're heading home after an easy day of rail replacement. Frankston to Stony Point. You're doing the bus rail replacement driving? Well, I'm glad it was an easy day. Salumi, you got Shiraz barrel-aged gin from Prohibition. Well, I've got Pinot Noir from 40 Spotted. And I did buy a new Navy gin today because I was in Dan's. And I went to... There's a Dan Murphy's not far from me that has a special wall of Australian gins. Like, it's like 10 times more Australian gin than most Dan's has. And I knew they'd have a good Navy. And... they did actually have one of the ones that Kirsten recommended last night, the Larrikin, but they had another one that was $20 cheaper. It was on special, and that was 23rd Street Distillery. And I've had a couple of their brandies, which were quite good. So I thought, I'm going to save $20, and I'm going to get the 23rd Street Distillery Navy gin. I might actually, God, if I don't drink myself into unconsciousness, later tonight, I might make a drink, or at least I might actually taste it straight, but I might make a drink with the 23rd Street Distillery just to christen it. Might make another martini. We shall see. Maybe a gimlet. I've got some lime syrup in there. A little bit of fresh lime juice and some lime syrup. Might make a gimlet later. Okay, there's a weird fucking noise out there. I think it was a possum. It was either an angry bird or a possum. They make similar noises. All right. G'd up. It's dark outside. I might make a video for my clarified drink. So let me getting partner into gin. Found the overproofs. Yeah, the overproofs are a bit strong. They do make a good martini. They make a good. Oh, you drink them straight. Nice. Make him a gimlet. Just lime juice and sugar syrup. So yeah, gin, lime juice, and sugar syrup. Real easy drink. Real fucking tasty. Gimlet is a very nice drink. I mean, that's essentially a gin sour when it comes down to it. Gin, sugar, and citrus. If you want to go the whole way, you actually make a sour, and like even with egg white or something foaming. If you're vegetarian or vegan, use aquafaba or something like Wonder Foam, which is a product you can buy. It's one I have. A lot of people make a gin sour with lemon juice, and that's nice. You make a gin sour with either lemon or lime. But a gimlet or a gin sour is really nice. Got a blood orange. I'm just fidgeting with here. It's going to be a prop for the video because it does have blood orange juice in it. Oh, nice. You did a gimlet-esque drink with the Shiraz barrel age. That would be interesting because having those wine flavors in there as well, that would be interesting. Yeah, I've got this Pinot Noir gin. I have to do more with it. I think maybe using that in a Snosberry Fizz would work, actually. Right. Okay. I'm going to set up to shoot a video, which should be quite quick. Just going to put on my bright lights. So, ooh, okay. Get that angle happening now. Okay, that's too much. I'm going to do that. I think we're going to do that. Okay. It's one of those things where, like, if I was rich, let's do this so you can see me. Wait a sec. I got to get an angle so you can see me while I'm standing up. There we go. Nostril cam. No, it's not really nostril cam. I'm just very self-conscious about that shooting up angle. It's yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. Now I can play with it in editing. Right. So, and I was going to try and be tricky with lighting. I've got what's called a bat light because it's got like wings. Look, watch this. No, that's a torch. There. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. And if I put that there behind me, that hopefully backlights me a bit and gives me a bit of a halo. Might not do anything. I want to work it out and think. So, wait a sec. I think I do want to adjust this camera here just a teeny bit. Let me try that. That will do. Yep, that'll do. Oh, I don't have my audio recorder. Got to do an audio recorder. Hang on. Yes, aliens have landed in the kitchen. What happened is that all right, I'm coming back. All right, so I'm making my clarified drink in a circle. Smith and Cross. Oh, excusez-moi. Get this happening. Oh, nice. Sorry, I was just looking at the chat. Salumi's meeting partner's family. Yeah, that's nervous inducing. That is nervous inducing. So, I'm trying to homemade cream of coconut. Got to mix that up. It's separating. It's a bit more like it. Got to come up with ways to use cream of coconut because I made this big batch of it. Use as much as I can. It's probably going to go off in a week or two. I make a lot of drinks for that. So, okay. So 2 ounces of rum, 3 ounces of pineapple juice, 1 ounce of orange juice, cream of coconut. All right, it's pretty straightforward. Alrighty. I think I'm ready to go. This will be very quick. I hope. You just get to see the sausage getting made, as the saying goes. Bit of fluff on my vest. Got to look beautiful for the people. Even after 15 years, I don't stop being self-conscious about what I look like on camera. It's ridiculous. Don't blame people who don't like doing it. Bit off-putting. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. And it's time for the return of Milk Punch Monday. And look, I know most of the people who watch my videos are actually in North America. And so it's actually Sunday when you see me say Monday. But trust me, I brought the video live on Monday. It's just time is an illusion, and I just like alliteration. That's why I insist on saying Milk Punch Monday, even though when a lot of people see the video, it's still Sunday for them. And also, people see it in the future on any day of the week. But I like alliteration, and I like having a big guitar riff, so I say Milk Punch Monday. And I haven't done one for a while. This one was literally inspired by the fact I made some cream of coconut. Where is it? Homemade cream of coconut. Really easy. Just get coconut milk, 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar. Mix. It helps if you do it like on the stove to warm it. The sugar dissolves more easily. Then maybe a pinch of salt. There are some more fussy recipes, and I may do one of the more fussy ones in the future. But I thought, okay, this was for one specific thing. And I went, well, I've got some cream of coconut. I can use this as a clarifying agent. So this milk clarified cocktail is good for the vegetarians. I would say vegans, but someone might get obsessive and say, part of that was produced by bees, so it's not vegan. And I don't really have time to get into arguments like that, or the disposition to get into arguments like this. But yes, for some people don't want to use milk in a cocktail, so this is a way around. Coconut milk, or in this case cream of coconut, works very well as a clarifying agent, because all you need in the clarifying agent is fat content, and all you need in the drink is acid content. And this rather tropical drink has both. I am making a clarified painkiller. The base painkiller recipe, pretty straightforward. There are a lot of slight variations depending where you find a recipe. It's rum, pineapple juice. I forgot what the fuck it was. Okay, good. Try that again. The base recipe for the painkiller is pretty simple, although there are a lot of variations in terms of the measurements. But in essence, a painkiller is rum, pineapple juice, orange juice, and cream of coconut. It just varies how much you put in, and particularly with the rums, what people recommend you do. So I free-formed a bit. I looked at a few recipes and went, this is what I'm going with. In terms of the rum, the suggestions were between 1.5 and 2 ounces of rum, and some people suggested Navy strength rum. I went, hell, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to beef this sucker up. Now I'm splitting the rum. I'm going to do, first up, we will go 1 ounce of Smith & Cross. Smith & Cross is a Jamaican rum. It's pot stilled. It's 57% alcohol. It's got a bit of kick. And this is the baby of the mix in this, but I'm going to add a 1 ounce of Smith & Cross rum. I decided I was going to make this a real beef. I decided I was going to make this a real beast. So I'm also going to add 1 ounce of Inner Circle rum. This is their 5-year-old cask strength rum. It is 75.9% alcohol, over 151 proof. So yeah, this is a watch out cocktail. I'm now going to add 30 mils, 1 ounce of the cask strength Inner Circle rum. For the pineapple juice, I don't have a juicer. I actually have some pineapple, but I don't have an effective juicer. So as opposed to fresh, fucking shit. For the pineapple juice, I'm going with freshly opened pineapple juice as opposed to freshly squeezed. I actually have some pineapple here, but I don't have a juicer, and doing it by hand would be a pain. And I had this, and it's no added sugar, so that's fine by me. And again, the recommendations were varied wildly with pineapple juice. I saw everything from 1 ounce to 4 ounces of pineapple juice recommended. I am going to do 3 ounces of pineapple juice. The painkiller also has orange juice. And again, the recommendations varied, anywhere between 1/2 ounce and 1 ounce of orange juice. I usually don't like orange juice in a cocktail. I think it tends to overpower everything else. But I've got a blood orange on hand, and I prefer the flavor of blood oranges to standard oranges. So we are going to go 1 ounce or 30 mils of blood orange juice. Finally, we have the cream of coconut. And again, the recommendations varied. They went from 1/2 ounce to a full ounce of cream of coconut. But I am not doing the standard painkiller where these would all be shaken together. I'm using the cream of coconut as a clarifying agent. So what I'm going to do with all those other ingredients I already mentioned, I am going to add them to 2 ounces of cream of coconut. And then we wait for that to curdle. In my case, it curdled pretty quickly. We got good separation, but you might have to wait 1/2 hour or even an hour. Don't pay any attention to guides that say you have to wait 24 hours. I've tested that before. It's unnecessary. It doesn't make a big difference. It's just when you see the separation, that's what you need. So then we pour that through a coffee filter. And what I always remind you, while you're pouring it through a coffee filter, the coffee filter is not doing the hard work of clarifying. The curds that have separated out are actually doing the clarifying, and you need to let them settle. So what's going to happen is the first amount of the drink that goes through won't be completely clear. So you let it run through for a couple of minutes, it'll slow down, and then you take that first bit that's run through, which will be a bit cloudy, and pour it back through. Alternatively, you could run the entire drink through more than once. Either way, you need to allow a bit of time. It can easily take an hour or more for the clarification to complete. Now I need to actually get the drink. And I've got a glass with clear ice. And I was going to do a pineapple garnish. Calm down, Megalich. I'm going to do something with a sharp knife. Cut a piece of pineapple, basically. I think this pineapple's still okay. Just got to cut a wedge of pineapple to make a... I was going to do a joke and scream off camera as if I cut myself again, but I think that would be rude. I won't. So if I scream, I have actually genuinely cut myself. Right, sorry, being off camera. I'm just going to grab a knife, grab a piece of pineapple, cut a wedge. Yep, that's a good wedge. Good wedge of pineapple. What am I doing? That'll do. I need the actual drink. Where'd I put that? It's here. Oh, good. It hasn't gone cloudy. Sometimes that whole thing with the oils, with a clarified drink, sometimes it gets cloudy when you chill it because the oils come out of solution in it. When the drink is fully clarified, there's a few ways you could serve it. You could chill it and serve it straight up and it will look great. I've chosen, because I have my Magic Sexy Clear Ice, to serve it on a big chunk of ice. If you want to know the best way to make... Oh, God Christ, I lost myself halfway through a sentence. I hate that. When the drink is fully clarified, you can serve it a number of ways. You might like to chill it and serve it up in a stemmed glass. You might like to serve it on ice. Me, because I have some sexy clear ice, I'm serving it over a big chunk of clear ice. And if you don't know how to get clear ice at home, watch to the end. There will be a link at the end of this video to my video where I show you the easy, cheap, and non-space using way to make clear ice at home. It's pretty awesome. And then when you pour it over the ice and it's looking all sexy, I think maybe it needs a pineapple garnish. So here we are. This is our clarified drink. And you can imagine the normal painkiller would be a very opaque sort of brown color because of the rums and the cream of coconut. You clarify it, you get this beautiful clear color. It's got a slight pink peach tinge, and that's from the blood orange juice that I put in. But the big thing is, taste. So, oh my God. See, this is the thing. I do a whole range of clarified drinks, but for me, the tropical drinks that have pineapple and coconut and rum tend to make some of the best clarified cocktails because it's still got the sweetness. It really softens the rum, which honestly makes it kind of dangerous because this has 2 ounces of quite strong rums in there, and it doesn't taste like it's going to mess you up. This would mess you up, mostly because you drink one and think that was fine, and drink another one, and then then it's like footage missing, and you wake up half naked in a field somewhere. Maybe that's just me, honestly, but I really do love clarified tropical drinks. It's well worth trying. I hope you give it a go. It's a lot of fun to do. And like I said, it's great when you use coconut milk or cream of coconut. So people who are vegetarian, you can enjoy the whole milk clarification without worrying about dairy products. But yeah, there we go. A clarified painkiller. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope to see you again soon. But in the meantime, look after yourself. Look after people around you. Until I see you again, cheers. I should take a picture of this if you will indulge me momentarily. Oops, stop recording. Stop recording. Right. I want to take a picture of this for the thumbnail. Because YouTube's all about the thumbnails. Right, I need to move some shit. Right, I'm going to put this pineapple back in the fridge. I might do something with this tomorrow, actually. Don't know what, but something. Something. Right, I move this shit. This shit. Now I'm actually going to move the laptop so you can actually watch me while I shoot the thumbnail. Won't take long. What am I doing here? StreamYard. Hi, StreamYard. Right, so I'm just going to put this here and maybe put the rums next to it because that would be sexy. Picture of the rums and take a photo. Ooh, I need to fucking switch this off and this off. That's too much. Too much. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. I just look up. God, I don't know if you can even see me. Okay, if I can pose the picture properly, you dickhead. Do it in portrait mood. Move further away. All right, that's pretty good. Put the rums back. That's pretty well. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. Right, put my little drink down here. Let's go flying through the air. Und we're ready to go. So, sorry, I think I've missed something in the chat. I'm going to have to catch up. I'm just going to put this back in the fridge and put this back in the fridge. Cream of coconut. That's going to come back out tonight. I'm going to use that again. Got to turn these bright lights off. Right. Chilling like a villain. Okay. I'm short. Now I'm back. Okay, what did I miss? Right. Drink them straight. Ambleside finished their renovations. Meeting partner's family. Barbecue at the Nans. Megaleech. Okay, I get now. I've picked it up. When I said I'm going to be dealing with something sharp, I'm going to go pat the cat. Not a euphemism. That's not a euphemism. This is a euphemism. Pulls out a big, thick, hard, throbbing knife. Hello, Kirsten. How are you? My first cocktail night, a clarified painkiller with my sexy clear ice in it. A pretty shit pineapple garnish. It's just a big fucking chunk of pineapple on the side of the glass. It's not that good, really. Oh, well. I am not good with garnishes. Holy shit, that's a good drink, though. That is a fucking good drink. Oh, my God. That is really good. Yes. I was saying that stuff for the video about how tropical drinks are my favorite, to clarify. Stuff with rum and pineapple and coconut. Not joking. Rum, pineapple, coconut. Oh my God, so good. Salumi, Australian rum recommendations. Okay. Ones I have had that are very good. That if you want to knock your socks off overproof rum, that Inner Circle that I was using is amazing. Brix make a good rum. And I've also got Jimmy Rum. Brix are Brix. They are in Sydney. I got their white rum and a special thing they did called Citrus. And I always talk about this one. I'm going to show it off. Okay. Jimmy Rum Silver is really good, just really flavorful. Because white rums are sometimes really bland, but Brix's white rum and Jimmy Rum Silver, both really flavorful. But Brix also do this. I'm not sure if it's a limited edition. They call it Citrus Got Real. It's cane spirit with ruby grapefruit, lemon myrtle, golden bay leaf, pink peppercorn, native bush currants. Yeah, they only made 401 bottles of it. I got bottle 290, 401. It's 38% alcohol, and I just drink this straight from I just pour this over ice. It tastes like a cocktail, and at 38% alcohol, that's dangerous because most cocktails are in the 20-something% range. So when you're drinking something that just tastes like a cocktail and it's 38% alcohol, that's dangerous. Like even with overproof rum, this would not be as strong as this, I don't think. Like I got this on a whim. I liked the wordplay. I was getting the Brix white rum, and I thought that just sounds good. And it's fucking amazing. It is like they don't even really market it as a cocktail, but it is. It just tastes like a cocktail. Just disturbingly high proof. Very high alcohol content. And just so drinkable. It is a real worry. Much like this clarified one. This doesn't taste like alcohol at all, which is super dangerous because it has 2 ounces of overproof rum in it. It is probably... That's probably 4 standard drinks, honestly. This one cocktail is probably 4 standard drinks. And it doesn't taste like it's alcoholic at all. Super fucking dangerous. And hello, Lee and Celtic King. Good to see you. Yeah. So I finished this. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock already. I don't know. No one's brought it up. I don't know if anyone is in an angry bunch mood. But if anyone's in an angry bunch mood, we could do that. Play it by ear. No pressure. Sorry, I might have had a few drinks already, Lee, but the screen name at the moment that you have, Inspiring Sociologist, just for a second it looked like Inspiring Schoolgirl. So I don't know, just saying. Salumi, you're going to head off. You're doing a uni assignment. Cool. Celtic, Aidsy, I think, is unfortunately not very well. He messaged me the other day. He's got some sort of infection in his leg that looks like it's going out of control. He could be in hospital for all I know. But yes, I think unfortunately Aidsy's in one of his not great phases. So we can just hope that he gets better. Because it's not good in Aidsy Town at the moment. So yes, Celtic, poor Aidsy. It's not good. It is not good for Aidsy. So, and also because if he ends up having to go into hospital at the moment, they're having a bit of a surge of COVID cases. Not as bad as everyone was worried there would be, but there are definitely a lot of COVID people in hospitals, and AZ with no fucking immune system. That introduces a whole layer of risk for him in hospital. And yes, Salumi, if we could get AZ an immune system for Christmas, that's a thing we would do. Because he needs one, because he doesn't really have one. And the problem started when he had rheumatoid arthritis in his early 30s. Rheumatoid arthritis is essentially your immune system being a bit overactive, and so they use chemotherapy to kill a bunch of cells. And I'm just giving a very unscientific explanation right then, but that, and then following the various infections AZ has had over the years, our boy is essentially extremely immunocompromised. So he is double vaccinated now, which is nice, but still going into hospital at the moment. If he had to go into hospital, he would be very high risk. So yes, we just hope someone's looking after him. Oh God, Celtic King, how does AZ deal with his health? Is he a glass half full type of person? He is the most glass half full person I have ever met, which is not to say it doesn't get him down sometimes and he doesn't get the shits sometimes, but the degree to which he is able to put a positive spin on things absolutely does my head in sometimes. So it's pretty amazing. Yes, Lumi, if he can do the hospital at home thing, which he has done in the past, that would be good. And for those who aren't familiar with it, that's like you stay at home and medical staff visit you at least once a day, if not more often, to do stuff. And he has had a hospital at home before. And hello, Justin. How's it going? So, yes, when did I last hear from AZ? Wednesday, I think. I think it was Wednesday. Because he was saying he couldn't join the stream as if he was doing something terrible by not being on the stream. Let me see. It was Tuesday. Okay. Oh, of course, because I don't fucking do a stream on Wednesday. It was Tuesday. He says not good. He's got a leg wound that needs to be sorted. Haven't heard from him since then. Oof, so hopefully someone's looking after him is all I'm saying. So, yeah, because sometimes when he gets these leg wounds, because I have seen them before, and they're super fucking gross. Super fucking gross. Just throwing it out there, they're not good. So, and yes, Celtic, I will pass the love on to AZ from yourself and from everyone. And he does appreciate the positivity from everyone, feels the vibes, as it were. So, yes, we send all the positivity we can towards AZ and hope for a positive outcome. Things are, of course, beyond our control, but we hope for a positive outcome. Sorry, while we're saying this, my brain was just wandering off into food things, and I was thinking, there's really nice bread there from a really nice local bakery, and I'm thinking putting it in the sandwich press that has some melted butter in it from the last thing I cooked, and just having a crispy toast. Oh my God, I might do that. It's fucking getting my fucking brain obsessed. Lee, you want to go to Canberra? My lad wants to go to Canberra. No one wants to go to Canberra. No one wants to go to Canberra. Canada! I have to ask him if he still wants to do that. At one point, and I honestly, he never really admitted it, but I think it might have been someone he may or may not have been having an internet romance with who was from Canada. I think that might have, where did he hear so many good things about Canada? I have to ask him if he still has a desire to go to Canada, because he might be able to do it next year. Yeah, I know. Oh, shit! Look, I'm not absolutely drunk, but Abigail was the first one to say, "Is your microphone a long way away?" It was. It really was. My God. What were the rest of you doing? Why did the rest of you not say I was sounding weird? Jesus. Okay. I feel like that was a great big warning sign of Angry getting messy tonight, because at this early stage, I'd completely fucking forgotten the mic. I'd moved it and it was all the way over there, and now it's back. I'm trying to keep a mellow tone of voice because I know I'm prone to go off into sudden loud outbursts. Because I get excited. I'm just excitable is what that's all about. I'm glad you like the tie, Celtic. That's why I've got 3 or 4 South Park ties from the 90s. Salumi wants to go to Canada. I think Canada's quite nice. I've got a bunch of internet friends from Canada. I mean, a bunch of internet friends in Canada. I wouldn't mind going there. But yeah, I don't know if and when I'll be doing international travel. So Salumi, you have a friend who moved back there and you want to see her. Tell you what, I am tempted. I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to drink some water, because I am definitely making more booze drinks, but I feel like I need to pace myself, because if in the first hour, when I still feel relatively sober, I made that weird mistake with my microphone, could be getting messy. Nettie, you were searching Etsy for cosplay Xmas prezzies for the young one. Okay. Hopefully you find you'll order sooner rather than later. As I said this on the socials today, I ordered some stuff from the Archie Rose distillery this week. Celtic, you're off. Thanks for dropping in, man. And my previous experiences, stuff I ordered from them arrived like within a week. And when they got my order, it was like, hey, it'll probably be to you in 3 weeks. So if you are ordering anything online for Christmas, I recommend you do it in the next week or 2, and don't fucking harass the customer service people if stuff takes a long time, because that's a shitty thing to do. Abigail, Desert Bus for Hope started today. RIP your budget. Damn. Okay, thank you, Salumi. I'm glad you like my excitability. It's just that I can sometimes get very loud, very suddenly, which can be a bit off-putting for some people. Ooh, Nettie, you want to get some creepy theater masks from Russia? I like the sound of that. But yes, ordering this stuff from Archie Rose and the thing saying, hey, you might get it in 3 weeks. Oh, wow, okay. Previously, it's got here in less than a week. So, and maybe they're just, set your expectations out there and maybe it arrives here so you're happy. But again, I definitely don't hold it against anyone who says, oh, yeah, that's going to take us 3-4 weeks to deliver. So, yeah, if you want to order something online for Christmas and you don't order it in November, I think you're going to be disappointed. So yes, Kirsten, as you say, been putting that disclaimer on orders because Auspost is going to shit the bed soon. Yeah, and I'm like totally on board. And yeah, that's what for me, I wanted to send, the double pronged message out into the interwebs of you want to order anything you want for Christmas now-ish. And whenever you order it, don't fucking harass the people who are working customer service. That is really shitty behavior. Hey, oh, Coconut Clever. Nice screen name this time. Straight edge punk band names. This is my vegetarian-friendly coconut milk clarified cocktail. Almost gone. It was fucking glorious. It was so good. Oh my God, that was good. It's probably lucky I only made as much as I did, because if I had a fucking jug of this shit, I would just be knocking it back. And it's pretty high octane. Yes, that one cocktail was probably 4 standard drinks. So I'm probably half Tim Smithed at the moment, which is to say, over the legal limit, and I definitely shouldn't drive, but not as fucked up as Tim Smith was when he crashed his car. Oh my God, that guy's a piece of shit. Okay, I have made 2 decisions. I am absolutely going to snack while we were talking. I'm getting this bread, which is really nice, from a really yummy bakery called the Wood Frog Bakery. Get 2 slices. I'm going to get 2 slices, and I'm going to put them in the sandwich press. Make some yummy toasty bread. So, Kirsten, you had a guy call up about an order that was lost in August. Happy to help. He apologized for it. At least he was a nice person, Kirsten. At least he was a nice person, because there are so many not nice people out there. Okay, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to put this in the sandwich press to make it toasty and crunchy, and I am going to take a whiz, and then I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to put some cheese. When this is all toasty and crispy, I'm going to put some cheese on it and munch. All right, so you just get to watch my fairy lights for... I'll be quick, but you get to watch my fairy lights while I'm going to take a whiz. And we turn that on. And we put that in. Oh my God. There's a bit of cheese sandwich in this today. I think it's like some fat from the cheese in there. All right, I'm back. I am just grabbing some cheese. Apparently it's really gross watching other people eat, but you're going to get to watch me. So what are we going to do here? I missed some stuff. And you didn't really order 48 bottles of raspberry syrup, did you? Surely you can cancel that order. Chris, you apologize for bothering people. You hate bothering people. You're busy. Sure you're not Canadian, Chris? And yes, coconut cleaver. Cleave coconuts, not cows. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if you want to share it, Chris, but Kirsten shared a pic with me of her sequin jacket and sequin pants, and it's fucking awesome. It is an incredible outfit. It's absolutely amazing. She looks awesome in it. Exciting weekend plans. Actually, Mrs. Angry and I are going out for a date for the first time in months. We've been having our date night at home for months and months and months. We are going out on Saturday night to a place that does good food and good drinks. And then, because we're in a decadent fucking mood, we might be going out during the week. Because there's that cashback thing they're doing at the moment. If you go out during the week, between Monday and Thursday, you can get 30% of your bill back. And there's a new place. There's a couple of new places, very swish new places opened in Melbourne. We're booked in to... Oh, no, actually, we were going to book into a place called Pearl Diver, but they've apparently had a staff member test positive for COVID, so they're closed for a while. But we're going into the city and find a place and have dinner and drinks. Kirsten, you need better photos of the sequence. That's okay. Whenever you think. Salim, you think you always eat in the streams? I think I always eat in the streams. Speaking of which, I'm toasting some bread. I need to see how that's going. I'll just go over here so I can keep talking to you. Checking my sandwich press. Doesn't look toasted yet. All right, I'm gonna flip it over. Oh my God, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good as fuck. This is gonna be really crunchy. All right, just need to leave it for another minute. I flipped it over. I'm gonna have this super fucking crunchy hot bread to have cheese on because fuck yeah. Kirsten wants some popcorn. Oh yeah. Salumi, date night out is exciting. This will be our first date night out in a long time. Months and months and months. I always enjoy our date nights at home, quite honestly. But yeah, going out and sitting and because for date nights, we'd been ordering food from our favorite places that, we're doing stuff takeaway and setting up a little table and whatnot. And that was nice. But it's just that extra layer of nice when someone makes food for you and someone makes drinks for you. And that's what we're doing on Saturday night. And so I'm really looking forward to it. So I'm going to get some water. For my own good. Oh my God, that ice is so clear. Look at that. There is a big fucking piece of ice in there and you just can't see it. Clear ice is so... Oh, yes. Oh, no, Kirsten, we absolutely dress up for date night home. And Mrs. Angry sets a table. The table, we always have a candle, flowers and shit, and we always dress up to do date night at home. Chris, the chef dining down at your mum's care place, serving food in a fucking hazmat suit. Oh, my fucking God. Jesus. Okay. All right, so I've got my water, and I think my little crunchy toast will be done now. So I'll get that as well. Okay, that comes over here. All right. I think I need some paper towel, a little napkin to wipe my hands. Yum-o. Yum-o the bum-o. Alrighty. Slimy, you love home date nights. Comfy and drinks. The drinks are cheaper. In fact, for the big lockdown last year, I actually made cocktail menus for a couple of months. I would make a cocktail menu that had like 8 choices on it. And I'd present it to Mrs. Angry and say, what drinks would you like me to do? And so we'd make drinks from the menu that night. We'd rate them, and I'd keep like the 2 highest rated ones for the next menu, and then I'd do new ones for the rest. So I actually ended up with some really interesting drinks on the menu. Oh, wow. Coconut cleaver, cashew cheese. That actually sounds good. Michael Briel on Facebook. Hello. I mentioned that you're on Facebook, Michael, because most people are watching from YouTube and they won't see your comment. So, Nettie, Dan say they get back to people in 7 days. Oh, my God. Surely you can cancel an order, though. Okay, that was a good choice. Make some crunchy toast and cheese. That's proper Friday night decadence. I love a bit of decadence. Hey, Safa. Oh, did nobody pop in? I didn't see nobody. Oh, no. Michael's drinking coffee with lots of sweetener. Chris, yeah, I only have... it's morning for you, Michael. Where in the world are you again? I think I know, but I don't want to assume. Obviously morning for you. How many meal replacements did I have today? I think 2 of my 3 meals today were meal replacements. So this is a cheeky and decadent... I thought you were in Germany, Michael. I didn't want to assume. Yeah, okay. So it's morning in Germany. Nice. Kirsten's getting popcorn. Yes, you get the ASMR of me crunching this crunchy toast. Mm. 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 Okay, 11 a.m. for Michael in Germany. 9 p.m. or 9:19 p.m. here in Australia. And this, by the way, is water, in case you're wondering. Is he drinking gin or vodka? I was drinking gin. That's just water. I'm pacing myself because we've seen what happens if I don't pace myself. Namely, I fucking fall asleep. Is nobody connected 5G wireless? Fast download speed, lovely until you use up your data. Damn. Still got 11 days to go and you've used up all your data. Watching grainy shit resolution. Oh no. I pay quite a lot of money to Telstra to not run out of bandwidth, honestly. I hope you're liking the crunchy ASMR, by the way. Okay, this crunchy toast was a really good idea. Bit more food in the tummy. I'm also like on my second day of just flagellating myself and not snacking. So this is technically breaching that, but I mean like not eating chips or sweet things because I wasn't putting on any weight, but I also wasn't losing weight. So I thought, you need to stop snacking, motherfucker. Yes, no fingers were harmed in the slicing of this bread either, which is a good plus. So normally watch normal YouTube videos, wait for the cache to build up. Michael Graysland, that actually sounds familiar. We'll see. Ooh, I've got another piece of crunchy toast and more cheese. Ah. Justin going back to Canberra. You don't seem too happy about it. Oh my word. This is so yummy. It's a really creamy, I think it's King Island double brie cheese, actually. Very crass eating on a stream. Then again, I'm pretty crass. It's not quite mukbang, but you know, it's a little bit mukbang. Ugh. And for those who aren't familiar with the term mukbang, it's a South Korean thing. Watching people eat online. That became a really big thing in South Korea at one point. People had whole careers where what they were doing, it was usually young women eating online. And arguably it was so people didn't feel alone. It's like they were sharing the meal with you. Yes, Silumi, this is sobering snacking. I have to consume things that aren't alcohol for a while. Coconut Cleaver lost weight working landscaping in Bunnings, back in nursery, probably put away. Physical work is a big thing, definitely. Michael, I'm only doing long streams. Michael, as an FYI, COVID did my head in, basically. I didn't really feel able to do the pre-recorded videos anymore. And I started doing these live streams to just kind of hang with people and try and preserve sanity. So, yeah. These streams were more about preserving sanity than anything else. So... Also acknowledging I'm never going to be a YouTube superstar, so I'll be keeping my day job. So not to worry so much about pursuing YouTube views and just hanging and chilling. Oh, nice, Kirsten, you've been doing a step challenge at work. I'm probably not going to be physically back at work till January, February. Oh my God, Salumi, there's some mukbangs where they eat seafood that's still alive. That's not good. Oh yeah, no, Michael, I never thought you were saying don't do streams. You were just talking. No. Oh, God knows, Safa, I don't want, I actively don't want the attention being very big on YouTube would get you, because I've seen how negative that is and how that fucks up people's heads. So I'd rather just chill and be calm and whatnot, and let life continue as it will. And Kirsten, you reckon the stream saved your sanity? I think they saved mine. Being able to hang and chill has been a big thing. Nobody had to fix technical issues at church today. Got tech running with 5 minutes to spare before service started. Had to record it too. Plus, it was a funeral. Oh, that's only a little bit of stress. So, Musical Aviator, you found a YouTube channel, Piano Place, been putting up videos of them playing, not piano pieces, but the accompanying parts of other instruments. It's a treasure trove. Nice. Yes, it is. There's a certain irony. Someone with a screen name, Angry Aussie, wants to be chilled and calm. Yeah. But yeah, this has turned into a thing where we just hang and look after each other and try and preserve some semblance of sanity in very weird and messed up times that we find ourselves in. Last bit of crunching. Yes, Kirsten, I can imagine when your husband was in another city and feeling lonely, being able to hang out like this helped. And it was never really preconceived. It was just like, it just worked out that way. So Chris is breaking from the game. You're playing Vice City until you unlocked everything. Now you're eating a burrito. A burrito is a good option, Chris. A burrito is always a good option. Yes, your job was to make the mic as loud as possible without getting feedback in an echoey church building. Fair enough. Justin, I can imagine you needing a bit of help to preserve sanity in Canberra. Noises, a cat being obnoxious at the door. So then we need to head off. Oh God, you've got an assignment due. Yes. I hope we've got you in a good headspace to finish your assignment. Michael, you get the Hang and Chill album. Sorry, try that again. You get the Hang and Chill angle. Started watching movie reactions. It's a replacement for meeting people for movie night because of COVID, just alone. Yeah, look, that works for a lot of people, quite honestly. Oh, wow, Michael, that actually sounds like a good combo. Polish sausage, tasty cheese on cracked pepper savoys. Nice. All right, I should put this cheese away because it's extremely yummy. I should put it away after I have one more bite. I need to put it away because I could probably eat all the cheese that's left, then feel a bit sick. Nobody in fun news on Tuesday, your housemate and you had the priest come do a blessing on the house. Well, that is nice. That's nice. All right, I'm going to put this back in the fridge. I'm going to get these plates out of my way. I'm going to open the door over there so Mimsy leaves and stops making noise. Oh, okay. Plates down. Cheese in the fridge. Door open, Mimsy come out. All right. Done, mofos. I feel like what the drinks I'm going to make next, I feel like is like going to fuck me up. Suffer, you joke, but Mimsy likes cheese. We have like grated cheese, put in sandwich stuff, drop it on the floor. Mimsy will eat it. She gets very interested when people are preparing food in the kitchen. She wants us to drop something. She'll go, ah, yes. See, Megaleech remembers. Did they put up the Jewish ghost awards? Because I have them on every door frame in the house, the little containers that have a Torah scroll in them. And they are referenced in the Talmud. But in my mind, it's keeping me safe from Jewish ghosts, honestly. Oh, nice. Nobody actually videoed the blessing, shared it with friends who couldn't be there. That is nice. Look, nobody, arguably, I don't need the Jewish ghost wards in my house either, but I've got them, so no Jewish ghosts can get me. When I ask Jewish friends to explain these things to me, and I go, oh, so I'm protected from Jewish ghosts. And they say, no, that's not how it works. And he goes, you say that, but I'm pretty sure I'm protected from Jewish ghosts now. Hey, Abigail, nice to see you. A bit woozy from your migraine meds. That actually sounds understandable. Still drinking a bit of water. All right, I'll put this back. I'm thinking. This next one is where I'm going to get really drunk. So I'm going to make 3 drinks. I've got my winter colada liqueur in the fridge, which I have not tasted yet, which I think is going to be very yummy. But I'm also going to compare, because I'm going to say, like, I reckon it's going to be great just straight out of the fridge, but you could also improvise. If you want it to be a bit brighter, you could shake it with a little bit of lime juice, and that would like brighten it up. Or if you want it to be creamy, you could shake it with some cream of coconut, which I'm going to do. So then I have 3 drinks: the one straight out of the bottle, one with lime juice, and one with cream of coconut. And I think they're all going to be yummy. But then I will also have 3 drinks to drink, and then I'll be very drunk. So yes. So nobody, you do have the sign of the cross on the wall in every room with holy oil. So that's the Christian equivalent. You're protected from Christian ghosts. I'm protected from Jewish ghosts. So, Michael, you have to leave. Work is calling. Have a good day, man. Have a good day. Kirsten, you just got really grumpy. Fair enough. You had a barometric pressure drop on Tuesday. 4 people got migraines. Yeah, air pressure can actually do weird things to you. And New South Wales had some pretty fucking weird weather patterns this week, and really significant swings in barometric pressure. That's a nice touch, Michael. A crucifix made of kryptonite would keep vampires and Superman away. So yes, so you've got your holy oil crosses on the wall to protect yourself from Christian ghosts. I've got the little scroll things on all the door frames to protect me from Jewish ghosts. And I shall hear no argument from theologians who say it means something else. Yeah, Abigail, I think you're not the only one. The sudden temperature and pressure changes trigger migraines. I think you're not the only one. And yes, Ned, certainly the whole East Coast is getting hella rain. And low temperatures. It's almost summer and we're getting weird low temperatures. And Christmas saying breaking news, it's raining in Portland. For those who don't know, Portland is notorious for lots of rain. All right. I might get my shit together for making these drinks with my winter colada liqueur. Yeah, Nettie, you're right. Last summer was a very mild summer. This summer is predicted to be pretty mild. Another La Nina pattern, more rain than average, lower fire danger than average. Safar, I could see people driving with significant pressure changes having a problem. So no, but you had a lot of incense smoke at the house blessing. Set off the fire smoke alarms. I got it. Yes, Megaleech, with no holy things in your house, you're just protected from atheist ghosts that don't exist. Yeah, music over there. That is always annoying. It's like, oh, look, it's in summer and it's not hot. Therefore, global warming's not real. Chris, snowing in the mountains more and still drive up there. I've never really driven in those areas where you need to have like snow chains on your tires. Coconut Cleave, you're saying we avoid drought for some reason in Melbourne. Only just like, when was it? About 5, 6, 7 years ago, we had a couple of years of below average rain in a row, and our water reservoirs were running really low, like really low. There were water restrictions. But since then, we've had above average rainfall more often than not. Yeah. I love yours, Kirsten. You have a lot of spirits in your house. That protects you from sobriety. Nice. Nice. Yes, nobody. I also wish Andrew Bolt would get hit by lightning while ranting his dumb shit. Megaleech, theoretically, you're protected from all ghosts, all the ones that don't exist, which I agree is all of them, but just having a bit of fun. All right. So I need a couple of glasses and I think I'll do the same glass, which means this coupe. Nope, that's a Nick and Nora. I only have one glass in sufficient numbers to do 3 the same, so I'm going to do that. Safa, should get on the drinks. Dude, I don't want to be a bad influence, but I'm getting on the drinks. Right. Okay. So, got some glasses. Excuse me. Okay, that's my winter colada liqueur in the nice Starwood bottle with the starbursts on it, which I've kept just because it's got this pretty starburst print on it. Some cream of coconut and some lime juice. And that's everything. Alrighty. Okay, gotta combine the cream of coconut because it was separating. Michael saying cheese has made you 10 kilograms overweight. Yes, I have a very bad lack of willpower. Yes, Megaleech. Twitch is quiet. You think because you mentioned no one being on Twitch the other night, saying that will make someone appear? Nettie, you're in the Starwood Coffee Old Fashioned. Yes, I'm not sure I'd be into it. I'd love a taste test of both the Coffee Old Fashioned and the Whiskey Negroni, aka the Boulevardier. But someone made the decision, which I think is correct, that from a marketing point of view, fewer people have heard of Boulevardier than have heard of a Negroni. Negroni is like super hip and trendy. So I think it was probably good marketing to call it a Whiskey Negroni. Nettie, you're saying coffee taste is pretty strong? So yes, I'm not that big on coffee, so it probably wouldn't suit me. All right, I'm going to set up to make another video. Which means turn on the lights. I don't know if this backlight makes any difference, but I'm going to try it. We turn this light on over here. And the kitchen is now bright as fuck. I will try to not let it get to me. It's just a little bit too bright right now. Oh, goddamn, because I do have to taste blasphemy at some point. Definitely. The Archie Rose whiskey coffee drink. Okay. That's ready. That's ready. That's ready. So, this, again, should not take that long to make. 10 or 15 minutes. And you just get to watch me being fucking weird and see how many times I stumble over lines. Because I didn't prepare a script. I meant to, but I didn't. The 10 recording happening. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready to see what I made with all the pineapple stuff I've been making recently. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a video where I see how many things I can make out of a pineapple. After this video, you should watch it. You see what I make and then you go, wow, I wonder where all that came from. And you can go back and watch the video where I make a syrup, tepache, and a pineapple rum, all from the same pineapple, because I'm into zero waste, reuse, make it all happen. Angry's gonna save the world or get drunk. One will happen first. One will happen first. But here is what I did when I made all those components. I decided to make a drink which I am calling a winter colada liqueur. And this was made, it was pretty straightforward. I measured how much I had of various things because I had some empty bottles. I go, well, I've got some 500ml bottles and I've got some 750ml bottles. Do I have enough to fill a 750ml bottle or do I need a 500ml bottle? Turns out I had enough for a 750ml bottle. So here's what I did. I added 200 mils of my turbo pineapple rum. If you just have standard pineapple rum, use that if you're following along at home. After that, I added 100 mils of coconut rum. Now you can do better than something ordinary like Malibu is all I'm saying. Even if you do your own like coconut fat washed rum. But whatever you have on hand, if you want to make one of your own, 100 mils of coconut rum. And to that, I decided to get serious with both some alcohol content and some flavors. So I added 50 mils of an overproof rum. I used an Australian rum called Inner Circle that's 75.9% alcohol. And then I also added 50 mils of allspice dram because that just adds great flavors. Just the allspice brings in all those notes that are like cinnamon and cloves and nutmeg. It's called allspice because it gave the illusion of being all spices. And that's the alcohol content of this drink. But as I said, it's a liqueur. So then I added some syrups. I added 100 mils of the pineapple syrup I'd made. And then I added 100 mils of coconut syrup. That was essentially made the same way as the pineapple syrup. It was coconut meat, 100 grams of coconut meat covered with 200 grams of sugar. And then I added a bit of water to make sure it was all fully dissolved. So 100 mils of that coconut syrup went in. And then I added 50 mils of a lime syrup, a lime oleosaccharum that I had made, because of course a pina colada has, besides the rum, it has pineapple and coconut and lime juice in it. So I'm adding those flavors in. And then because there was a bit of space left in the top of the bottle, I just topped it up with some tepache. Wow, I wonder if I can edit this in because I fucking forgot tepache. Try and edit this in, you idiot. Then I added 100 mils of tepache that I had made. Christ, now I don't even know if this will work. Oof. God fucking damn it. Maybe I should go back and say it all again because I don't remember when. Oh, see, because I've already shot this bit of video. I should just go and say it all again. That's all this booze. That's all the booze elements, but this is a liqueur I'm making, so there are non-alcoholic elements as well. I started with 100 blah 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 blah. Fuck. Okay, let's go. That's all the booze elements, but this is a liqueur I'm making, and I wanted it to have the flavors of a pina colada, even though it's not actually going to have the juices, it's going to have the flavors. So the first non-alcoholic element I added was 100 mils of the departure I had made. After that, I added 100 mils of the pineapple syrup. Then I added 100 mils of coconut syrup. And I didn't show you how I made that, but I made it the same way as I made the pineapple syrup. 100 grams of coconut meat covered 200 grams of sugar. Sugar absorbs the moisture from the coconut. Added a little bit of water to completely dissolve all the sugar. There you have coconut syrup. And I added 100 mils of that. I also added 50 mils of lime syrup because pina colada has lime juice in it. But if you add lime juice to a bottle that you're keeping in the fridge, it kind of loses that zest. So I wanted the elements of the pina colada without the things that might lose their potency in the fridge. And there was a little bit of room left in the bottle, so for fun, I just topped it up with more departure. And this is my winter colada liqueur. I've left it to combine and sort of settle and get those flavors really immersed for 2 days. And I haven't tasted it yet, so I'll be tasting it live on camera. But I was really confident it would work, so much so that I used this much volume. Because if this doesn't taste good, I wasted a lot of stuff in here. But I'm confident it will taste good. One of the things I like about this, I made this to just drink straight from the fridge, just pour it straight into a glass. But I think this would be super adaptable. Like if you wanted to make it a bit brighter, shake it with a little bit of lime juice. Like I said, I didn't put lime juice in because it loses its brightness if it sits in the fridge. But if you want to add that, you could shake it with lime juice. And it's not creamy like a pina colada would be with cream of coconut, but it does have the coconut flavors in there. But if you wanted it creamy, you could shake it with some cream of coconut. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make 3 drinks. One will just be this straight from the fridge. One I will shake with lime juice, and one I will shake with cream of coconut. And then I'm going to taste them side by side and see which one I prefer. All right, where is my jigger at? Seriously, where did I put it? Oh, it's back here. I missed it. Okay. Glug, 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 glug. A little bit of ASMR glugging. Do 3-ounce pour of that. I'm doing slightly light pours because I'm making 3 of them and I don't want to be absolutely fucking legless when I do it. Do, 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 do. I'm doing slightly light pours of these drinks because I'm making 3 of them. And I I'd prefer not to lose consciousness, quite honestly. So I'm doing 3 ounces of the Winter Colada straight from the bottle. For the lime juice, I'm doing 2.5 ounces of the Winter Colada. And 1/2 ounce of lime juice. And then I'm going to give that a good solid shake. So that means putting the shaker together, bang it in hard, shake that for about 10 seconds. Oh, I'm weak. I can't get my fucking cocktail to fucking come apart. There we go. There we go. Oofed. Too many drinks. If I was being fussy, I'd double strain this because there'll be ice chips in there and maybe do a garnish. But this is a quick comparison. So just going to pour this into my coupe and on to the next one. For this one, I'm going to do 2.5 ounces of the Winter Colada liqueur. And 1 ounce of the cream of coconut that I've made. And I over poured that, but that's okay. Treat yourself. Once more, put it together, bang it in hard, shake this for slightly longer, 15 or maybe even 20 seconds to get that cream of coconut really integrated. That's enough, motherfucker. And we do a quick strain of that into a coupe. This is my first time tasting the Winter Colada liqueur. It's fantastic. It's got really rich, sweet flavors. It's got some delicate spices coming through. Although, again, the Pina Colada is traditionally a very summer drink, this one with the spices, I think it lends itself to all seasons. It's got that sort of Christmas pudding feel going on there. It's great. The same thing shaken with lime juice. Oh, yeah. This is moving it far more into summer territory. It's now much more tart because it's got some fresh lime juice in there. It has absolutely brightened it up. This is a great alternative way to drink the same thing. And finally, the creamy alternative, because why not? This is the dessert version. This is great. That liqueur I made is so multi-purpose. Straight out of the drink, it's a really nice, rich taste. It's got the rum flavors. It's got the fruit flavors in there, and it's got those delicate spices. It's perfect for just sitting back and sipping. If you want to brighten it up, shake it with the lime juice. If you want something creamy and somewhat desserty, Oh, just shake it up with some cream and coconut. That's fantastic. This is a winner. I thought it would work. It was a little bit of gamble because I've never really made anything like this before, but I just thought that'll work. Put those things together, that'll work. I like to improvise. I like to experiment. These things don't always work. At least the process is always interesting, even if the end of the result isn't fantastic. In this case, the end result's fantastic. And it's also very flexible. You can have it different ways. So yeah, I'm absolutely recommending you try something like that. I don't know if it's the wrong time of the year for you to get pineapples, but even if you just used pineapple juice rather than using actual fresh pineapples, I think it'd be worth an experiment like this. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, I think that degree of improvisation and experimentation is worthy of a thumbs up and a subscribe if you're not already subscribed. But whatever you do, in the meantime, I do hope you look after yourself, look after people around you. Until I see you again, cheers. All right, that's that. That was 15 minutes, like I said. All right, I'm just going to switch stuff off now. Okay. Ugh. Turn that off and turn that off. And that was when Angry got really drunk. And that goes there. No, wait, that's wrong. That goes there. That goes there. All right. All right, all right, all right. Dummies. Oh my God, yes, Megaleech. Experiments don't always work, like the Vegemite vodka, which was fucking horrible. Oofed. Safa, look, I don't want to be the one to lead you astray, but I'm getting drunk, man. So, Nettie, yeah, the third shot is 6 months after your second shot. So you can get August, September, October, November, December, January. You'd be looking at February. I think I'm looking at March. Ugh. And yes, nobody, you had so few cases, there wasn't as much pressure on you getting vaccinated quickly. The big outbreaks in New South Wales and Victoria were certainly very conducive to getting people to get vaccinated. Our vaccination rate shot up very quickly. Man, this drink is fucking great. And look, I didn't even knock off that much of it. I've still got this much of it. This is just sitting in the fridge. Shit, I can just pour out whenever I want. I think next time I'll do it on a big thing of ice, actually. This is really good. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. It's also a lot of sugar and they make me fucking diabetic, these things I'm drinking. That's okay. Someone should WA leave Australia. No, they shouldn't. It's complicated at the moment, and I can understand individual states not wanting to pay any fucking attention whatsoever to Scott Morrison because he's such a fucking shithead. Oh, yeah, good tip. Nobody, anyone who's worried about AstraZeneca, parish priest younger than you, got the AstraZeneca, no clots, no issues. The thing is, the messaging about AstraZeneca was very badly handled. AstraZeneca is a very effective, very safe vaccine with about a 1 in a million chance. And I mean literally, because we have the numbers. 1 in a million people who had it died of complications caused by the vaccine, as opposed to 1 in 50 people dying of complications caused by COVID. So people are fucking shit at judging risk sometimes. And so many people are trying to equate a 1 in a million risk with a 1 in 50 risk. It's just fucking ridiculous. And yes, there are some adverse effects from the vaccine that don't reach the level of death. But it's like fucking COVID. You get infected with COVID, you've got about 1 in 3 chance of being really sick. You recover from it, but you're really fucked for an extended period of time. You've got about a 1 in 3 chance of just being like hit with turbo flu, where you are fucking leveled for a week or a couple of weeks. Now, then you have about a one in somewhere between a 1 in 5 and a 1 in 10 chance of getting long COVID, which is long term to permanent disability. And that means being really sick and debilitated for 6, 12 months or more, because COVID can do that. And that's about somewhere between a 1 in 5 and a 1 in 10 chance of the complications from COVID being that severe that you are fucked for 6 months, 12 months, or possibly permanently. And then, of course, you get to the stage where you've got a 1 in 50 chance of fucking dying. Whereas with the vaccines, you've got about a 1 in 10,000 chance of having complications that are severe enough that you require medical attention, about a 1 in 100,000 chance of needing extended hospitalization, and 1 in a million chance of dying. I mean, it's the fact that people are so fucking bad at judging risk does my head in. Safa, did I see the Karen Anti ABC? Was that the woman who harassed the person who was just trying to get coffee? Fucking anti-vaxxers are such fucking shitheads. I love that. Nobody. Maths is not your friend. Most men find it hard to resist attractive women making advances towards them, but you're better at resisting women than you are at handling maths. So nice. Did he had a scary maths teacher in 4th grade, resolved to be terrible at maths so he'd get a nicer teacher, and it was downhill from there. I was good at maths, but I haven't had to focus on maths for a long time. What's the time? 10. I've got these drinks in front of me. There's a temptation to sort of go, because they are diluted. Only 2/3 of these drinks are alcohol. But goddamn. I love that. Nobody. There are some lovely women you'd struggle to resist. Points towards someone you won't name, but they know. Nice. Yeah, Chris, I should drink some water probably between this one and the next one. It's tempting to just fucking go for it. Yeah, for Shieldsy. Where's Shieldsy trying to lead me astray? Oh, and Abigail, you're better at maths than you are at resisting the advances of attractive women. Well, I'm in the situation where there's only one attractive woman whose advances I'm concerned with, and that's Mrs. Angry. And I don't have to resist that. So things are heating up in the chat. Yes. Innuendo abounds. Oh, actually, water's a fucking great idea. That water just tasted really good then. Because that is a liqueur. That's a really syrupy liqueur I've made. It's very rich. It would actually probably be very good with soda. On another stream, I might have this with soda because it's very good. Right, so I'm gonna put it away. Put it away. Put the cream of coconut away. And put the freezer martini back in the freezer. The lime juice back in. Oh. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Put the lime in the coconut. Such a silly woman. Say, doctor. Chris, so you're lucky you're with an attractive woman. You don't have to resist her at all. So yeah, which is a fine way to, oh my God, the fucking focus has just gone, hasn't it? Jesus Christ, where's the controls? Oh, what the fuck is happening with the focus? All right, whatever. Don't know why the focus just decided to go fucko. Wait a sec. I got an idea. Switch off autofocus and just go change focus. Oh, there we go. That's better. Nettie, you thought it was the whiskey? Yeah, no, I don't know why it did that. Just fucking went. Nobody got a little bit of trouble for your comment. Person does know who they are and they're watching. Like I said, well, I don't have to be secret. The person I'm referring to knows who she is, Mrs. Angry, and knows that I don't watch her. Oh, yes, Kirsten, you're the attractive woman at your house. Of course, husband can't resist you. Oh, drinking water because I'm. Oh, good, he's singing again. Nice. So yeah, I don't know why this webcam just periodically goes fucking spack, but it did then. Oh, water. Okay. Thinking maybe drink the cream of coconut one. My God, that's so sweet. I'm absolutely getting the diabetes with that. Coconut Cleve saying a tie looks like it's painted with ochre. Not quite. It's just Kenny from South Park. Don't think I'll make any more videos tonight. I'm possibly going to make a short. I might make that on Sunday night to put less stress on myself tonight. I have to decide what would be a short video. What would be a short video about making a cocktail that you'd be interested in? Because you think nobody has eyes for my sister? Maybe. Yeah, you never know. Nettie, I haven't seen Okar putting cocktail because I never go on Instagram though. But Okar make great products for cocktails. Okar Gold is one thing I make sure to have in my thing, but they make really good liqueurs. I've got their Mando as well. Yeah, Safi, you can scull a cocktail. I try to avoid it. I try to appreciate the cocktail in sips. Nobody, I don't think my sister has your number. But that's okay. Okay, no, but you're just watching me at 144p due to restricted speed. So it's always pixely and out of focus for you. That's fair. I think whenever the next season of them, and I don't think it's before next year, the next season of The Mandalorian comes on Disney, I might make a cocktail with Okar's Mando, which is a mandarin liqueur. It's a mandarin version of limoncello, basically. Nobody, you're not going to embarrass anyone. That's all good, brother. No, you only get booze adverts on Instagram. I was just getting booze and flamboyant shirts on Facebook. And then I had a discussion with a friend about cryptocurrency on Facebook. Now I get non-fucking stop crypto ads on Facebook. You just have one conversation about crypto on Facebook, and I get so many ads for crypto now. Anyway, what are you going to do? Because you live within 20k of the cellar door, you get so many Archie Rose ads. Yeah. Well, in 2 weeks, I'm going away for the weekend. And where I'm staying is very close to a distillery. There may also be other places in the general vicinity. I will research a bit more. But I'm going to visit at least one distillery on the weekend away, which is only like, the roads seem really weird. It's like out where I'm going. But I'm going to visit at least one distillery on this weekend away. So we'll see how it goes. I keep finding new ones that are like in Melbourne Metro. I see something advertised and I look it up and it's like, oh, it's half an hour away from me, or it's 45 minutes away from me. So many distilleries in Melbourne Metro. So, ew, strand of pineapple. That wasn't actually very tasty. Drinking water, 'cause I'm a good boy. It's only 10 o'clock. I can't get shit-faced yet. It's way too early to get shit-faced. Little bit drunk. Definitely. Am I totally Tim Smith yet? I don't know if I am. Maybe. I mean, like, I know, because unlike Tim Smith, who is a sociopathic piece of shit, I know there is no way I should drive a car at the moment. Not that I was going to. I'm not going. I'm staying here. I'm hanging out here. But I am well conscious of the fact I should definitely not drive a car at the moment. I still don't think I'm completely Tim Smithed yet, because I think he was really fucked when he crashed his car. Oh, you also know when you're a bit drunk when water tastes really good. You drink water and go, yeah, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. I need to fucking hydrate. That's what I need right now. I need to fucking hydrate. And so that's what I'm doing. And yes, nobody, excellent point. The booze can take some time to fully kick shit from you. Yes. No, because I'm feeling at the moment, because I've been drinking alcohol, the stuff I've been drinking can increase its potency in my system over the next half hour. So if I even stop drinking completely now, I could feel more drunk and be more drunk half an hour from now than I am now. And that is an important thing to remember. So what would happen if Tim Smith's eyes turned orange? I think he'd look more human. Because those fucking interviews where he's standing there with those freaky, watery blue eyes of his and no expression on his face and no soul behind his eyes is very, very, very distressing watching him talk to the media when he is something other than human, quite honestly. I had not heard that, Coconut Cleaver. I'll have to look up. You think the current scientific consensus about diabetes is caused by too much fat or oil, not sugar? That is not something I'd heard. It is also not something I read up on. I'm fidgeting, just playing with my blood orange. So, Michael, focus. Your family telling people to focus stands for fuck off because you stupid. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that. That is pretty good. Right. Cheers. Man. Oh. Okay. That winter colada liqueur is really good with a bit of lime juice. I mean, it's good with the cream of coconut. That's just a really decadent desserty flavor. But the lime juice makes it sharper and brighter. It's really, really good, really tasty. Safa, if it was in lockdown like Fallout 4, what would I drink for the rest of my life? Water would probably be the best option. This would actually be an okay cocktail. If you're talking about if I had an alcoholic beverage, this would be okay. My favorite cocktail is probably the Woodson and Ford, but because that's a boozier, sippy one, don't know that you want to drink a lot of that. But this one you could drink more of. So Coconut Cleaver, you're saying insulin's like a door key. That's the chewing gum in the keyhole. that is an excellent metaphor. Now, do you think all the I don't eat carbs types are in trouble? Yeah, those extreme diets like the keto diets and whatnot, they're very unhealthy. They're very unsustainable. They can lead to weight loss. They can lead to like physical appearances that appear to be more healthy, but those high fat diets will give you a fucking heart attack. There's no two ways about it. Let alone stupid shit like Jordan Peterson's all meat diet, which is obviously stupid as fuck. And the fact that idiot almost killed himself following his own advice is really all you need to know. Just throwing it out there. If some dude doing stupid shit almost kills himself following his own advice, he maybe is not a guru that you should follow. He's maybe an idiot who started off being quite intelligent, gifted in one field, and then fell into the trap of assuming he knew everything about everything. And he doesn't. Nobody really does. Okay, more water, I think. Have to discourage myself from eating more snacks tonight. I will just drink water. Water will satiate me. All right. I'm also a little concerned with how early it is. And I'm kind of legless. Coconut Cleaver, use swallow marbles to lose weight. Works like a charm. I'm just trying to think about passing marbles. Oof, that is not a great thought. So if you want AZ to run for the cocktail party in federal parliament, I was seriously tempted to start a political party and call it the cocktail party and try and get elected to the Senate, which would be cushy position, get money. If you get elected a couple terms, then you get this really great pension and it's all awesome. I'm very cynical like that. But then I saw how much trouble it is to start a political party, so I didn't do that. Nettie, if you're ready for Angry Bunch, it's time for Angry Bunch. So I will put the link there for anybody who's up for it. So if anybody's in the mood, that is the link for Angry Bunch. Kirsten's found out husband turns on caps lock when he wants. Oh, right. Instead of, I know when someone only wants to do, instead of using the shift key for one capital, using caps lock. Yes, that's odd. He's not the only one who does it, but it's definitely odd. Yes, Nettie has to put on her eyebrows because they fell off. That's okay. I almost got, because I was in a Dan Murphy's today, I almost got a Starwood New Old Fashioned bottles. It's like $5 off, $50 instead of $55. And it's a really nice drink. But I think I'd rather make my own batch Old Fashioned. Michael's first to join. Wait, what's happening? I think we've got technical problems, Michael. Michael's trying to join, but it's not happening. I tell you what I'm going to do, Michael. I'm going to remove you from the backstage, and you should try joining again. Wait, no, add to stream. Nope. Okay, so I'm just booting you out. Michael, you need to click on the link again and see if it works. Abigail, it's weird. You keep an eye out for other strange behavior. You've maybe been taken over by an alien. That could be. And Safi, you're not allowed to run for politics being a dual citizen. Yeah, I'm like 5th or 6th generation Australian. I got nothing to worry about on both sides of the family. Guess you get to have a whinge because the control key on your laptop and keyboard are in different places. Makes you want. Yes, slight variations in keyboard layout can be very frustrating. I agree, Kirsten. All right. Oh, drinking a bit more water. Oh, Kirsten, I think I talked about the gins before you joined. After our discussion last night, because I wanted to get another Australian Navy strength gin, because I don't think the Never Never is going to last very long. And you gave me the recommendations. I went out to get some stuff today. I thought, there's a Dan Murphy's not far from me that has a huge fucking wall of Australian gins. And I bet they have some good Australian Navy strengths. And they did. There was like about 10 to choose from. They did have one of your recommendations, the Larrikin, and I almost got it, but they had the 23rd Street Distillery Navy strength for $20 off. And honestly, I was swayed by the whole saving $20 thing. So I bought 23rd Street Navy strength gin today, and I haven't tasted it yet. So I might do that a bit later. I will sip my way through this. I decide to make whether I make a martini, which is probably my default thing to do with a Navy strength gin, or maybe make a gimlet with it, actually. Oh yeah, no, good deal. It was just like I was looking, and they literally had 10 different Australian Navy strength gins, and then it was just like, oh, 23rd Street, $20 off. I'm getting that. So that's what determined what my next Navy strength gin is, which is fun. I like to mix it up. This will be like my, God, it must be about the 6th Navy strength gin I've had from different Australian makers over the last 18 months. That makes sense that I go through a bottle in 2 or 3 months. That makes sense. I've had 5 or 6 in the last 18 months. And it makes sense that I go through a bottle in like 2 or 3 months. So, yep. So I'm going to make something with that a little bit later. I just need to decide whether to make a martini or something like a gimlet. Those giant, Mrs. Angry took the giant mint leaves. They might still be in the fridge there. I could maybe make a south side. Could maybe do that. So, yes, I also wanted to get, because I was out of brandy, I wanted to get some more 23rd Street brandy, and they were actually out of stock at this Dan Murphy's, which probably just means I need to go to another Dan Murphy's, because that's also meant to be $20 off this week. So, rather than bother with it like a cognac or something, because I actually, at the same time, I had this the 23rd Street Distillery Prime gin, like, you know, their top of the line gin. I also had an XO cognac, which I got from Costco, which was good, but I tasted them side by side, And the 23rd Street held its own against this XO cognac. So it's like, fuck it. The cognac name's all hype. I'm just going to go with this Australian brandy. But I used the last of my brandy the other day, so I need to get some more. Saha, you're saying Dan Murphy's domino. Do you mean Dan Murphy's roulette? I don't know. Not sure what you're trying to say there. But we'll keep. I think I'm like super hydrated in as much as I need to go and take a whiz again sometime soon. Drinking so much water because I'm a responsible person. I am a responsible member of society. And I'm staying hydrated. I'm slowly working my way through this, even as I am tempted to. Yeah, man, you should fucking try that new Navy strength. I'm still not sure what domino and out of stock means, but that's okay. Don't place too much importance on the fact I'm having trouble understanding words. Not that big a deal. Yeah, but I got some more vermouth as well because I used the last of my dry vermouth last night, topping up my freezer martini. And I was getting Maidenai. They did not actually have Maidenai dry, so I got Maidenai Classic. But I like Maidenai Classic as well, which is like halfway between sweet and dry. So I'll be using that later. Maybe I'll make a martini with that, actually. With the Navy Strength 23rd Street and Maidenai Classic Vermouth. You can tell I'm drunk that I want to just really emphasize certain sounds. That was the TH. Now I'm just accentuating S's. It's called sibilance, I think. Oh, Christ, Michael, paleo diet is completely illogical and nonsensical. This concept that, this Paleolithic humans just ate natural food. Yeah, and they had a life expectancy of 25 fucking years. Why the fuck do you want to mimic that? But yes, the paleo diet is stupid as fuck. Now, again, eating unprocessed food. I think the best diet advice I ever heard is, eat food. And by food, we mean as much as possible, it should be unprocessed. And that should be mostly plant-based. That's all the thing you need. Just eat unprocessed food that's mostly plant-based. Sleepy Abigail, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Besides being sleepy.
Well, my migraine meds kicked in.
Well, that's good.
And for that, I am grateful. And I spent all night designing something to 3D print, doing CAD design in Fusion 360.
Okay.
And at the moment, I'm just like existing.
That's fine. Existing is
and
fine.
Contemplating the nature of entropy.
It increases from what I hear.
Second law of thermodynamics, the entropy of a system either stays the same or increases without any outside input.
Yeah.
Hey,
speaking on science, but a slightly different thing, two somewhat linked news stories I saw today: advances in studies of the psyche and whatnot, and these both in Melbourne, actually.
Yes.
In Monash, they're advancing trials of treating chronic depression with psilocybin and stuff.
Yep.
But the groundbreaking thing is they are openly saying the therapists who will be treating the patients have been dosing themselves as well. They've been taking
Wow.
the psilocybin. Yeah. And I honestly think in the other studies, the people doing the research probably did it, but they didn't publicly say they did it. This Melbourne
Yeah.
study, they're saying the therapists are dosing as well so they can empathize with the patients and say, okay,
Wow.
you're going to take a thing and it's going to make you do this, which will be a bit weird, but I've done it. So I know what it is. And I'm going to be literally and
Yep.
metaphorically holding your hand while you. So that was
Yep.
groundbreaking. Them openly saying the therapists were dosing on the psilocybin.
Wow.
The other one is another psychologist has a court case running at the moment because he wants to treat his patients with MDMA, and that is
Yep.
technically not legal. So he's gone, bullshit, it will work and it will help these people, and I'm going to court to fight for the right to give my clients pingers. And it's just
Cool. Okay.
and they're both happening in Melbourne.
Obviously at a therapeutic dose, not a party dose.
With the MDMA, that's probably therapeutic as opposed to party. But with the hallucinogen trial, that is full-on trip balls dosage they're talking about.
Okay, because
No, it's part of the whole thing.
I hear a lot of talk about microdosing as a thing, but I've also heard recently about every so often tripping balls level, like every 3 months or so.
Yeah.
Can have substantial benefits.
Yeah.
So
this Monash study is full on tripping balls level. It's
okay.
Because there's one they did here in Melbourne with basically terminally ill patients, people who are in what's the care when we're just
palliative care.
People in palliative care who were definitely dying, and it was like this consciousness expanding thing where and they said the change in these people where they were able to embrace the fact they were dying, and they're not happy to die, but they moved past the anxiety and depression, and they were like, this is part of the cycle. I can understand and embrace it. And that was from tripping fucking balls. And it's like,
it helps with depression and the anxiety of being close to death. I'm sure.
And this other Monash study I read was, and this was for treating non-terminal patients. This is for treating chronic depression and whatnot. And it's basically, the therapists are going to be psychonauts that guide them along. And it's basically like, we've done it, dude. We have done it. We have taken a hit of this gear, and we know where it goes. And I'm going to be with you. And apparently the whole process with these people is at least 6 months. Like it's a couple of these intense sessions, and there's intense care for about a week, but there's follow-ups and revisiting for 6 months afterwards.
Hey, I've got a failed 3D print on the printer, so I have to go tend to that. So I'll be back in a sec.
All right, so Michael's trying to join. Michael's still having technical problems with you. I'm not sure. Oh God, Mimsy's knocking at the door. Speaking. Oh, look, okay, it's all friggin' happening. What's this stupid cat doing? What are you doing, Mimsy? Coming in? Seriously. She just makes so much noise when she just sort of butts at the sliding door. I don't know if Mimsy's got to come and sit up here. You going to come up here, or is she looking for food? She's weird, looking for food on the floor. No, we're still having technical problems, Michael, and I'm not sure why. Okay, Mimsy's not coming up here to say hello. She's just skulking around the floor like she's really hoping to find food someone dropped on the floor. There's some technical problem with Michael tonight. I don't know what it is. What are you doing, Mimsy? Meow. Meow. Gonna come up here? Gonna come up here? She is. She's gonna come up here. Come on, come up here. Come up here and say hello to the people. Try and get. Where is she? No, she hasn't got up on the thing yet. Now come up here. There you go. Come up here. Yeah, you haven't come in and said hello to the stream for ages. Look, this is the first time Mimsy has come on and said hello to the stream in ages. Look at you, funny cat. You funny thing. Yeah. All right. So Mimsy's decided to say hello to the stream for the first time in ages. You can just like have a sit down and go to sleep if you like. Yeah? Gonna sit down? Yeah. You have a sit. Just relax. So Mimsy's gonna relax. It's the first time she said hello in ages. Yeah, I think she's gonna have a little sleepy there. Yeah? Everyone's super excited to see you, Mimsy. You love being the center of attention, don't you? Got to get those scritches. Got to get scritches. You know, scritch there, scritch there, scritch there. All right, I need to talk to people. I can't just be scritching you. Endless, bottomless pit of want, that cat. Nettie's here. Wait a sec. There's Nettie. I don't have any. Oh, there you are. Now I've got audio. There you go. You're here. You're here. All right, cool. What have you got in your glass, Nettie?
I have the coffee old fashioned.
Ah, the coffee old fashioned. Nice. Nice. Oh gosh, Michael's making another. I don't know what the technical problem is, Michael. Other nights we've had no problem getting you on, but it's just not happening tonight. And I don't know what that is. That is very weird. It's very weird. I don't know why we can't get that happening. This is funny. I don't know how long Mimi's going to like sit there, what she wants. Safa, maybe it's the rain. She's skinny. She's very old now, and it's funny. You get Facebook memories. Like I recently had one that was a photo of her from 4 years ago, and she was like really fat because the way she was sitting, there was like this fat tummy sitting out. I'm going, look at Mimsy's fat tummy, and now she's just really skinny, which is she old. Don't like to make it personal, Mimsy, but she's probably 15, 16 years old now. Oh no, she's going to settle down.
That's a good innings.
Yeah.
That's she's done a good job there.
Yeah. She's going to. Oh, that's fun. That's the first time. I was saying to Mrs. Angry, she never sits on the tree here anymore. And she said, but all your crap's on it. He goes, my crap's on it because she doesn't bother sitting there. And said, okay, I'll prove it to you. And I took all my crap off it. So what does she do? The first night when I've taken all my crap off the tree, she comes in and sits, making a liar of me, Mimsy. Because I said you don't want to sit there anymore, but you clearly do. Yeah. Oh my God, like that the Halloween when we were at Abigail's place, the kitten there, which is as big as Mimsy, is not even 18 months old, I think, and is at least as big as Mimsy. But yeah, he acts really weird because he's like very curious that you're there, but is very timid of people and doesn't really like come up and sit on you or anything. But he's got that super long, super soft fur as well.
He's a super floof.
Yeah. A floof. He's very floofy. Lots of Maine Coon DNA in that cat. Yeah. So Mimsy is that. Mimsy's
I'm having trouble. Like, am I cutting in and out?
You are. You're stuttering a bit on the screen. You're getting very slight.
I think freezes. I might I think I might try giving my laptop a reboot. Come back.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
See you soon.
Good job. So yes. So yes, and Megaleech asking a good question. Michael, I don't know if you're on a computer or a mobile, or if you're like connected to the internet by cable, or if you're using Wi-Fi. But it's very weird that we're just having some recurring technical problem tonight that's not letting you join, which kind of sucks. Oh god, Mrs. Angry is just going to fucking laugh at me tomorrow when I said I just leave all my shit on that cat tree because Mimsy never climbs on it. So why not put it there? And she said, no, she's not climbing on it because your shit's on there. And I said, no, my shit's on there because she's not climbing on there. So I took all my shit off it and she climbs on it straight away. So it's like, fine, Mimsy, make me look stupid. I don't care. I don't care, Mimsy. Just do it. Do it. I don't care. Bloody cat, honestly. Mrs. Angry is far too nice to say, I told you so, but she is going to have the full power of I told you so on her side tomorrow when I say, oh, yeah, no, Mimsy actually came up and joined the stream and sat on the tree and oh well. Oh, Safa, a good late night snack. Kind of depends what you have on hand and whether you're making the snack or someone else is. I feel like I can probably resist snacking any further because I did that crunchy toast, because toast is always good. But man, there's a place in the city. There's a couple places in the city, bars, cocktail bars that have like 3 a.m. or later licenses, and they also do food past midnight, so you can just fucking rock up and get it. And there's one called Arlequin that I went in. I discovered, I got told about it. I went there with a few friends post midnight years ago, 3-4 years ago, and had like the best toasted sandwich I've ever had. It was great. Well, Safa, that's a big question. Is shawarma healthy? Kind of, sort of, no. Shawarma is, broadly speaking, very fatty meat. So in terms of is shawarma healthy, kind of, sort of, no. I say kind of, sort of, because I actually have a soft spot for shawarma or kebab meat. I think it's really yummy. So, but as to is it healthy, I'm going to say not really at all. So, yeah, but I'm late night snacks. I'm a big fan. There's some chips in the cupboard that I'm very tempted to have, but also like sandwiches, toasted sandwiches. Late night snack is very good.
Hello.
So, how do things go, Abigail?
Oh, just so I'm using this filament. This is the color of it. It's like this purple, really cool, shiny purple color. Yeah. And it's really awesome. And like I printed this last night. It's to hold my VR headset and controllers and mount it under the desk. And it's screwed together. And this printed first time, no problems, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But it's a store brand filament.
Yeah.
And I'm reaching the end of the spool and they've just like wound it so tight that it's getting stuck and causing failures. So I just like have to keep a constant eye on it and every so often kind of like manually kind of loosen it. And otherwise, and because I like printing this, like this is a little, it's got a threaded end.
Yeah.
And this is like a roll thing. But then it got snagged and didn't like it just fucked it up.
Oh.
So yeah. This is supposed to be like this long.
Oh, it's supposed to be much longer, but it fucked up.
Yeah. And the threaded end to put the end on.
All right.
So yeah, I have to reprint just this bit though, because this one turned out just fine. So
all right.
Yeah. And away we go. It also didn't adhere to the bed properly, and kind of, I don't know if you can see it. There we go.
Yeah, it looks a bit
kind
funny.
of like, yeah. I mean, that wasn't important as long as it stuck eventually. That wasn't important to this print. So
okay.
But I might put it on a instead of printing a skirt around it, I might actually do a bit more support for it, because it's going to be it's thin and long. Yeah. So like at some point, like up here, I've had this happen. The nozzle knocks the printer, the object, and detaches it from the print bed, and then it just starts printing in midair, and it's annoying.
See, this is the thing that stops me from getting a 3D printer, because I think it'd be cool. But if I if you suffer technical difficulties, you go and work it out and solve it. If I suffer technical difficulties, I go, well, fuck that doesn't work, and I just leave it sitting.
3D printing is not at the level where you can just throw a printer on your desk and print stuff. It is a hobby, requires constant fiddling and maintenance, and I mean, I love it. That's my jam.
Yeah.
It is frustrating at times.
Yeah. I kind of live for when we've got, because I know that there are things that exist that print with sugar or something approximating chocolate. So you're essentially 3D printing effectively. I live for the day when those basically operate without problems, and I'll just sit here printing confectionery all day.
Chocolate. There is a chocolate 3D printer. It's past the prototype stage. I think they're onto version 2, but chocolate is just like it's
very difficult.
Like 10 times more frustrating than any plastic printing, because it has to be kept at a perfect temperature within degrees of tolerance, degrees Celsius of tolerance. It's just ridiculous. Hi, Nettie. Oh, Nettie's frozen. Oh, there you are.
Nettie went out and came back to try and fix the freezing problem. Yeah, no, you look okay now.
You're looking gorgeous as always, Nettie.
I had an update.
Oh, okay. It's a nice top you've got on too. Very bright.
Wait, what was that?
So saying your top is very nice.
Oh, yes, I am bright. I bought this for Ali when I thought she was into bright colors. She's such
I said you were looking gorgeous as always. I, however, have had a migraine, and I just don't even have two fucks to give about how I look tonight. Contemplating a martini.
No worries.
Because they're said to help with migraines, but my migraine meds are kicking in, and I don't want to mess with that. So another night.
Who did you talk to who said martinis help with migraines? Even I am not irresponsible enough to
I read it on a martini forum somewhere.
As irresponsible as I am, I don't recommend martinis as migraine solutions.
Yeah, I don't either. No.
And
if anything, I think it would. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fix up this print, get it going, and I don't want a skirt. I don't want a brim. Oh, brim actually might help. Sorry, I'm gonna talk to myself for a bit, so I'm gonna mute, and you and Nettie can chat. And
that sounds good. All right. So you sort
out. Oh, nobody stop it.
I got a different drink this time.
No. Yeah, no.
He's naughty.
We can see you're tired, Abigail, but still fabulous as always. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. Safa with the random public service announcement. PSA, don't drive through floodwater. That is excellent advice because idiots always think they can because they don't actually know how car engines work. If a car engine gets submerged in water, it will stop working. That's why you get those four-wheel drives that have this weird pipe thing that comes upside that sits up thing, because that's actually keeping the engine running. They'll keep going as long as that intake is above the water level. But
it's called a snorkel.
It's colloquially called a snorkel. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a more technical name for it.
Probably, but it's a very apt term.
It looks like
but people
and Megaleech agrees.
Yeah. People occasionally see a four-wheel drive with a snorkel go through quite deep water and they go, therefore you can just drive through. And they've just got a normal sedan and they drive through and they completely submerge their engine in water and the engine goes, fuck that. And then the person's stuck in the middle of this flood water. So don't do it. Don't do it. Don't drive through flood water. Don't try and walk through flood water. People make that mistake too. They think the road's only 12 inches underwater. I'm fine. They underestimate the sheer force of fast flowing water of 12 inches and it can easily knock your legs out from under you.
Yeah.
And then you're fucked and it just drags you down.
Because a lot of it isn't visible on the surface. Yes, Safa, you almost had it. Sorry, I corrected Safa's spelling before. It's just like it just hits my Aspie brain on the wrong angle and just so and a lot of these currents under floodwaters are laminar as well. So you don't see ripples. You don't see
no.
Eddies,
it's just moving really fast.
Really fast laminar flow under the surface. There's this river. Oh, it's more of a creek in England. It's literally the most dangerous creek in the world because it looks just so calm. It's called the Strid, and it's literally this wide, right? But what it is underneath is moving so fast that it's carved this huge expanse underneath it that's something like 30 meters deep.
Yeah.
And on the surface, it's just this calm stream, and people try to jump over it all the time. And if you fall in, you're just dead. You just get sucked under, and it's just so dangerous. So many people have died in the Strid because it just looks calm as heck. But and even like when you're close to the edge, there's literally an underground river beneath your feet because it's like the edge comes out here and then the river's underneath it for 2 or 3 meters on either side. It's ridiculous. Google it sometime if you want a cool story about this treacherous river in England that looks calm and peaceful. Yeah. And it's only one little stretch of the river as well, but it's sorry?
I bet it's got a lot of folk tales and fairy stories.
It does. And it's only for like a 10-meter stretch of the river. It's not the whole river. Because people are swimming upstream and it's fine. But when it gets to this particular section, it's extremely dangerous. Anyway, I'm gonna get this print going and cool.
Yeah. So that just reminded me, rivers in England. There are a couple of things where, because England's been conquered and colonized by so many different races over the millennia, there are several rivers in England that the modern name basically means river. The most famous is the Avon, and that's famous just because Shakespeare was Stratford-on-Avon, and it's the Avon River. And the Romans asked the Celts who were there, what's that called? And they said Avon. And so the Romans named it Avon River, but Avon just meant river in the local language. So when the Romans named it, they were essentially calling it river. And it's not the only one. There are several, because there are different languages all around the British Isles, that places are essentially called river. But the best one, it's not a river, is Torpenhow Hill. It's a hill near the village of Torpenhow in Cumbria. So it's a quadruple tautology. How the story goes, Tor means hill in some of the Old Welsh or Old Norse languages. So I'm trying to find. Oh, actually, Wikipedia has a shitty explanation of it. Let me see if I can find it. And I think there's some conjecture over if this story is actually true. So I'm trying to find it because okay, so Tor is the Anglo-Saxon word for hill, and then there was a conquering people came through, and in their language they asked the locals, what's that called? And the people said Tor, and the new conqueror's name, the hill, was Pen. So they're going, well, I'm going to call that Tor Pen. So, and they thought they were calling it Tor Hill. They're actually calling it Hill. And then the Vikings came into the area and took over, and they say to the locals, what's that called? And they say Torpen. And the Vikings go, well, I'm going to call it Torpen Hill. And in their language, it was Hauer, Torpen Hauer. But at that stage, then it's Hill. And then with modern English again, the English take over and they get to that area and they say to the locals, what's that called? And they say it's called Torpenhower. And so the English go, okay, that's Torpenhower Hill. And they go, whatever. So at that point, it's called Hill.
That's a very strange hill to die on.
I know, it's a very strange hill to die on. You're going to die on it 4 times, but yeah. But it's common for places to be called river. Yeah. Nettie?
Have you guys seen the Grand Duchy of Medieval Merriment on Facebook?
No, but it sounds interesting.
It's full of medieval jokes, and one of them one of the jokes that they really like at the moment, they get variations on it, is English is what happens when Vikings learn Latin to swear at Germans.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
okay, it was funny to me. Never mind.
No, that's I actually, as a linguistic joke, I like it. My other favorite linguistic joke about
variations on that, and then they argue.
Yeah, favorite one is English is someone mugging several of the Romantic languages down a dark alley, then going through their pockets for loose grammar, and it's just like, because it's just absolutely nonsensical. Parts of English follow Germanic, some parts follow Latin, and parts follow French, and it's just like
there's an interesting mix of like early Celtic, Saxon, which is Germanic, Angol, which is again another like French Germanic language, and then Norman, which is French, early French, and they're all like kind of and they're all kind of derived from Latin and Greek, and it's just such a hodgepodge. It's That's just how languages evolve when you've been conquered a lot.
Yeah, English is pretty funny that way. That it's,
but that's why it's so difficult to learn. It's just like so many contradictions in the language.
Yeah. No consistency. No consistency at all.
Yeah.
But I remember watching on SBS once, they had some animations of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and someone had done an adaptation in Middle English, which is how Chaucer wrote. And you watch it and you go, and you just fucking try and follow this when they're speaking Middle English. And you go, I feel like I almost understand, like I'm listening to a drunk person, and the words sound vaguely, they don't sound anything apart from English. They don't sound French or German or anything. It sounds vaguely English, but I can't quite work out what words they're saying. I assume it's because they're drunk, and it's just like, no, it's Middle English. It's shit people stopped saying 1,000 years ago. And I was like,
oh, hang on, I gotta get the cat out of the printer. I'll just be a sec.
Yes. Oh, speaking of cats, it's turning into cat.
Yes, come on, a Suki baby tonight.
Mimsy's gone away.
His bed. It's a bit embarrassing.
But other kitties. Other kitties.
This is a kitten. This is a kitten.
Another kitty.
And he's actually huge. He's so big.
That is a huge kitten. How old is
he? And he hasn't. He's about 10 months now.
Oh, he's 10 months. That young.
Oh, 10 months.
And he hasn't fully grown yet. Not by a long shot.
No, it's got another year or so of growth, really.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's very Maine Coony.
Oh, Kirsten's going good night. Good night, Kirsten.
Oh, good night, Kirsten.
Oh, night, Kirsten. So I bought art, and it arrived this week. Art.
Yeah.
You got what now?
Would you like to see?
I want to see your art. I want to see your art.
Yeah. I put it in a frame, and now I got in the art.
I got some of that.
Ooh, that's liquid art.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So, okay. So how do I share? I've got a thing here. Share screen.
Yeah.
Sharing screen is easiest with 2 monitors. I don't have that. What do I do to share a picture with you?
I'm slumming it on 2 monitors at the moment. It's ridiculous.
I'm not exactly sure what it looks like here. I have a button that says share, and then it gives you the option of a video file or share screen. And if you click on share screen, it then says either share your entire screen, a window, or a Chrome tab. And if you've got a tab, so it depends.
I've got a Chrome tab.
Yeah. If it's on a Chrome tab. Heine's asking, is this going to be one of those 2 a.m. streams? Look, dude.
Probably.
Absolutely depends how drunk I get, because I was worried at about 10, which was fully an hour ago, and I'm probably less drunk now than I was at 10. So that's a good sign.
I've got a better idea of what I'm doing now. Hang on.
All right.
Refresh. Okay, hang on. Na.
Yeah, if you work it out, I see a thing that then I have to activate. So Michael's saying God hates him, which I assume because Michael's finding it impossible to join the stream. And I agree, Michael. It's all God's fault.
What's wrong with you, Michael?
I don't know. He's tried a couple times to join the stream. Other nights there's been no problem, but tonight problem. But we shall see. Oh, that's nice. Nobody. God definitely. Nobody has the inside track and says God doesn't hate you. So that's a nice thought.
I've never understood why anyone would worship a god that hates them.
Well,
There we
yeah,
go.
there's
A fearful
I'm
god, you
sharing.
know,
Okay.
like
Nettie's sharing, except it looks really little and I can't really see it.
it's tiny, but it looks very pretty.
It does look very nice.
Well,
Oh, that's on,
it's
oh my god,
it's
Flickr.
another-
I feel like I haven't looked at Flickr in 10 years.
I've been on Flickr for at least 20.
Yep.
I've been on Flickr since it started.
I still remember, I don't know anyone who gets involved in Reddit, but Reddit has had varying degrees of influence over the last, 15, 16, 17 years that it's existed. And I still remember the first link share of YouTube on Flickr, and the heading was something like, "New website YouTube is like Flickr for videos." And I just thought, wow, say that today and people are going to go like, what for video?
What's Flickr?
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a better image. You can
So
see.
I made it a bit bigger.
Yeah, if you scroll,
Quite a
we'll
bit
probably
bigger.
see the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just scroll. Whoopsie. Okay. So this is Aboriginal art usually takes the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
So this is looking down on a part of the West Australian coast.
That is beautiful, actually. Those
Isn't it
colors are
just
fantastic.
lovely?
That is
Yeah.
fabulous. The colors in that are
When you
amazing.
see it in real life,
Yeah.
you can see how I've got this silver thing underneath. It actually shines light up onto it, so it makes parts of it shine brighter.
Nice.
And it's making it look really nice. I'm
Oh,
really happy
wow.
with this.
Well,
It's limited edition print.
that looks really nice. Yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to the opportunity of visiting your place and actually seeing it in person because it looks fantastic.
It is a lovely piece of art. I wish I could get it bigger.
Oof.
And it was
How big is it?
It cost a pretty penny, but it's worth it.
Yeah, it's
How big is it?
That frame was supposed to take my diploma and a picture of me in it, but I thought,
Okay.
nah, not that good.
Okay.
Let's put this in it.
Oh,
This is worth it.
nice. Oh, that's quite
So I'm not really sure
nice.
how big it is. It's the biggest frame I've got. I had to frame it myself, which is why it's slightly skewy.
Oh, it looks good. Hey, Mimsy's come back. Are you going to come and say hello to everyone again? Or she's just skulking around on the floor, hoping I've dropped some food. Ever since like this one day when I was chopping up bacon to make a carbonara, I dropped one little bit of bacon on the floor and she found it and thought it was manna from heaven. And ever since then, she has spent so much time skulking around on the kitchen floor, hoping to find something that tastes as good as that piece of bacon. She is such a weird cat, honestly.
She met God that time, and
that's what she felt.
Depriving her of her.
Yeah. No, she's going out again. Okay. She's
You'll
in
have
a
to
mood
do it for
this
her
evening.
again.
I do occasionally,
cruel.
but she's taken to. She likes cheese. Like every now and then, we drop a bit of shredded cheese on the floor, and she enjoys that. She likes cheese for some reason. I don't know if that's common in cats to like cheese, but Mimsy likes cheese. Oof.
My cats and my dog love cheese powder. You bring a packet of Twisties. Yes, they're mad for it.
Yeah.
There's something.
Yeah.
Yes, you. Wow. Yeah, they're mad for it, and they won't eat the thing that's on. They lick
the powder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Mimsy also
they can
does
smell
this,
it like from across the house.
Yeah. Yeah. Mimsy also does this weird thing. There's a little table out in the backyard. We'll put bread out for the birds, and I normally cover it in water so it goes soft and it's easier for the birds to strap it. Then every now and then I'll go out there and Mimsy's jumped up on the table and she's licking the bread. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you, you weird cat? Why are you doing that? She's such a weirdo.
My cats lick my toes. What's that?
Yeah. Getting some salt off your toes or something.
Yeah.
And again,
my cat sometimes licks under my arms, on my armpits.
Yeah.
And like I've woken up, she was licking inside my ear. It's just so weird.
Yeah, cats are weird.
That was gross. That was really gross when that happened.
Yeah.
That would be really weird to wake up to.
Yeah.
Zorro is very insecure, and so he wants to be dominant. And occasionally you wake up to him trying to be dominant on your leg. So,
we got some people asking for the link.
Don't allow him in their room anymore.
Okay, so Michael's going to give it another go. Okay, if you're feeling bold, there's the link. Oh, Laura. Yes, hello. Let's see who that works for. Mimsy's big thing is to lick the water from the base of the shower after I've had a shower. And see, here he is, Magnus the Unsteady. Hello. Yep. See, it worked this time.
Yeah, that's because... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, because this is a new gadget I picked up from Kmart.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, see, I was trying to talk to you on my mobile phone like I did in the car.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't work because I was trying to also build up enough money to buy an Anaconda.
Oh.
Gabrielle will know, Abigail will know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you mean. Yep.
And I'm looking for a Cobra Mark IV.
Shall I say hello, Laura?
Morning,
hello, Laura.
I thought the Mark IV was for Kickstarter backers only, and it's not much better than the Mark III.
Yeah, I know, but I want it. It's to have a whole collection.
I'm not sure it's available anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
I have an axe and I'm not afraid to use it.
Okay.
I can live in hope. I can keep looking for it. It'll turn up.
Well, I got into the top. I think I got into the top 50% of the recent community goals. So I got my special double engineered frameshift drive waiting for me.
I haven't actually properly played for the best part of a year.
Okay. I've signed up to be a hull seal and go out and help repair people.
I want to get to the stage where I'm confident enough in my ship to go and bounty hunt again.
Yep.
I did that for a while in Frontier.
I collect millions in bounties, bounty hunting. It's so much fun.
Yeah, me too.
When you just want to relax and do a bit of pew pew. I use a Corvette though. I have a Corvette for that.
Oh. No, in Frontier, I had my favorite ship was the Anaconda because it had the biggest engine, but it was one level down from the top, so it wasn't the heaviest. And I had enough shields that I'd just autopilot straight into them if I didn't shoot them in time.
It's been a very long time since Frontier brought out a new ship.
Yeah, it's been a while. They brought out the Mamba and the what's it called?
There was the Crate, but that was a while before that.
That was ages ago. No, the the one with the engine, the 4 engine pods.
Centurion.
It has a. Is that it, or is
okay? The Lion had 4. The biggest ship in the game had 4 engine pods. In Frontier, the original Frontier, which is Elite 2.
Yeah,
so technically, this Elite is Elite 3.
It's not the Centurion. I
I found these at the shop today.
Our TV snacks, they're good.
No,
Nice.
chocolate milk inspired TV snacks.
Oh, look,
Nice.
I'll show you the ones I've got.
Medium ships. There's the Alliance Challenger and the Chieftain. That's it. It's
that's what I
the
was thinking.
Chieftain. Yeah.
I said Challenger. They're both tanks, both of the versions.
Yep.
Well, the Challenger and what have I got? I think I've got a Chieftain. They've got like
Product placement or what?
Krispy Kreme strawberry donut flavored TV snacks.
Yeah.
Angry?
So the cockpit's
These are
on
my
the
favourites, because I can remember as a young child buying them 5 for a cent.
Yeah, malt sticks. Those are the best, actually. Those are the best. Yeah.
Oh my God, Michael is showing your age. 5%.
Well,
With age comes wisdom.
Some good chill
we
money
hope.
tonight. They're angry.
sorry, what?
Oh, it's the Crusader, I think, as well. The Alliance Crusader.
Yeah,
There's
Crusader and
three
Challenger.
versions.
We're talking video
Chieftain.
games.
Well,
And
both were
the
British
cockpit
tank
is uniquely placed to have your canopy smashed every time. But it is it's so fun to fly. It's so
Really
maneuverable.
agile.
I have one for bounty hunting as well. It's just the best.
I'm just going to
it's
say,
just-
Abigail, that sounded super sexual. Your cockpit is placed to have your canopy smashed. It's just like,
Oh yeah.
This is what I'm
Oh.
reduced to.
drinking some wine.
Oh boy.
What?
Yeah, lumber.
I got to try this new gin.
But I have
bought.
many bottles
Not
of it.
passion pot.
I can't drink with you because like it's only midday, and I'm not. I'm neither a special branch cop nor a journalist.
Now, mind you, Laura, I stopped off at one of the bus stops on my route to Stony Point this morning.
Mhm.
By the way, I started work at 7. So it was about 9:30 when I picked this guy up, and he finished off a can of VB and put it on the bus seat, on the platform seat
Oh no!
at 9:30 in the morning. So I had a long day of sitting at where is it, Frankston, on standby.
That's Frankston living up to its reputation, quite honestly.
Well, actually, these guys were pretty cool. I went down to Stony Point. You don't want to be at Stony Point today.
Okay.
Wind, the rain was going sort of parallel to the ground.
Yep. Yeah.
And was not stopping for anything.
Down Caulfield Way, we got spared. I was looking at the rain radar from the Bureau all day, and we were just watching it just kind of go around us all day. It did rain, and there was a bit of wind, but it was just mellow rain and mellow wind. But you could just see this massive rain pattern that kept missing us and kept going around and hitting everywhere else.
Well, Stony Point is where you catch the ferry across to Phillip Island.
Ah, yes, yeah.
All right, so it's right down there. So I went from a depot in Spotswood all the way to Frankston, just to sit at Frankston for most of the day.
That's a decent trek. Spotswood to Frankston is a decent trek. That's
I had an hour and 20 minutes to do it.
Yeah, you'd need an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, Nettie, when are we going to Costco?
Costco. That sounds
Several weeks.
Like
That
sounds like
okay.
a 5-beer conversation.
Well, they have 1 litre bottles of spirits at Costco.
They have 1.75 litre bottles of Costco. Case in point.
But do they have Starwood? Do they have Starwood?
No, they have Kirkland brand. This is 1.7 litres of vodka.
That's a big bottle.
Damn, son.
And the real
Damn.
bonus is, if and
Damn,
when you
that's-
manage to drink this much vodka, this is an excellent weapon in hand-to-hand combat. It's like-
Why did you buy
Well, you need that
That-
in the city.
much vodka when you don't like using vodka?
to make flavored things, to use it as a neutral
Ah,
base for flavored
yep.
things.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that's fair.
sorry, Nettie, I remembered that you wanted to check out Costco, so and we said I'd take you there on my membership card.
Oh yeah.
You were
right.
probably too
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
probably too pissed to do it. To remember.
I just,
I won't hold it against you if you say.
I don't have
"Oh,
to be
okay."
pissed to not remember things, mate.
Well, and you're calling
I'm,
me old.
My memory,
yeah.
my memory is a bit of a slippery thing at times. Sometimes I remember something like every detail for for a whole episode of something, some
Yeah.
situation, and other times I'm just like, yeah, what? Huh? What? Okay, I'll go.
Oof,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
It's really unpredictable.
Sorry, just changing stream sponsorship from TV snacks to 23rd Street Distillery. It's the first time I've had their gin, Navy Strength gin. This is the one that was $20 off at Costco, not at Costco, at Dan Murphy's. It's slightly one note compared to a lot of Australian gins, because a lot of Australian gins just have a whole spectrum of botanicals in them. This is juniper, and you can taste like, yep, I think that's kind of high alcohol what I'm drinking there, but it's still quite smooth. It's very sort of classic gin flavor. I'm going to have to make a martini with that now. See what it's like.
See,
I
Angry-
tried their amaretto and I wasn't impressed. I didn't like it.
Okay.
I didn't like their amaretto. It didn't have the kind of the deep, strong taste that the one in the square bottle does.
Yeah, the
Vista
Disaronno. That's the Italian
Well,
one. Yeah.
So in the freezer, I have a really, really, really expensive bottle of vodka. It's about that big.
Okay.
And the only thing I've got to put with it is Coke. So I don't want to insult my friend.
No.
I don't
If
want
it's
to
a
insult
decent-
my friend by
No.
putting a really expensive, decent vodka with Coke.
Yeah.
The other one I've got is a salted caramel vodka.
I still wouldn't put that with Coke. I'd probably put that
Well,
with
no, neither would
soda.
I. But that's why the Coke
Yeah.
is in the fridge and the
But
vodka's
but
in
if
the
it's
freezer.
if it's a good quality vodka, I would honestly drink it straight. And that's the thing. Like, I always rip on vodka and go, vodka cocktails are bullshit because vodka adds nothing. But if it's a decent quality vodka, just actually having it to sip can be good. I've got some Crystal Head vodka up there
Hang on,
that is
I'll be back.
thoroughly decent. Yeah.
I'll be back.
And in fact, that Costco vodka, they have, I think that's the French one I got. They have French vodka, which is reputed to come from the same distillery that makes Grey Goose. But it's kind of like Costco goes to various distilleries because you get blended and single malt scotches under the Costco brand. You get cognac, like XO cognac and French vodka. But apparently what it is, like, Costco goes to these places and says, like, we'll buy, 1,000 barrels of this from you. And they go, fuck yeah, just never tell anyone who you bought it from, because we'll sell it to you at a discount just to sell it and to have guaranteed cash. But it will diminish the impact of our premium brand if they know we sold stuff to Costco. And Costco goes, yeah, we'll just sell it under our own brand. We'll never tell anyone who we bought it from.
So
Stolichna.
yeah,
That's the caramel one.
Stolichnia.
Yes.
Yeah,
that too.
Now, what would that taste good with? What would that taste good with, though?
And then this
That's,
is the
I
real-
mean,
That's the really expensive one.
Oh,
yes,
damn!
Rose, yes.
And
But-
it's and you've been keeping it in the freezer too. Good call.
Yeah. I would literally drink that
Hey.
straight. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I-
it's a great sipping vodka.
Both of you, I am not a heathen. Vodka goes in the freezer, beer goes
Yeah.
in the fridge, spirits go on the shelf.
Yeah.
Yep.
What sort of Neanderthal do you think I am?
Yeah.
Don't answer that.
The caramel one, if I was going to mix it, it would probably just be with soda or lemonade. I think.
Something plain.
Yeah, if I was going to do that caramel stolly, and blend it, I'd probably just do it with soda or lemonade. But the Archie Rose stands on its own, I reckon. I would just drink that straight.
I did put it with some rosé that was recommended to go with.
Ooh, that's a wild one. I like that as a wild and crazy option.
Well, I
love
got
creative
I got
one.
in my wine club. This is why I've got so many bottles of wine that I'm going through.
Yeah.
It was a rosé, and it suggested it was a red Moscato, and it suggested putting a vodka with it, mixing it with a vodka, and so I went with the Archie Rose because it's a quality vodka.
Class vodka.
It certainly is.
So,
class vodka.
You know, you don't. If you're going to mix, you want quality.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the top shelf, but it doesn't, top quality. But it just can't be the cheapest shit that you can find.
Yeah, you don't want like terps, is what I call
cheap vodka.
crap vodka. Oh, it's the worst.
Pure Polish Spirit, 83% alcohol.
Wouldn't a politics club also count as a wine club?
I was waiting for someone to go there.
Is that a
Nice
pun?
one, Laura.
Yeah.
Okay, Laura. All politicians are just post turtles.
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
That pun caused like 10 hit points damage to me. Like that was just the
critical.
Yeah.
Yes, Laura. There is no such thing as a good pun. There are just puns
I
and
disagree.
bad puns.
I disagree. I have come up with several that made everybody laugh here. So
yes, I had dice thrown at me for my best one. The DM said, "You turn a corner and come across a dragon. What do you do?" And I said, "I'll wipe it off and say I'm sorry."
Oh, gee. Oh,
he went there.
I went there. I was young. I was foolish.
Oh dear.
Oof. I just had I've got a Pathfinder 2 Pathfinder 2nd edition game going at the moment, and everyone just leveled up to level 2, and it's just going so great. But one of our session 0 rules is please keep it light on the puns. And I feel like knowing that pun now excludes me from my own game.
Oh, sorry about puns. Clapping for Chlamydia said, "They call me coffee because I grind so fine." All right, I'm mixing my martini, and I'm going to turn the microphone off in deference to people with headphones. Yes, the finger. Nettie gave me the finger, and I'm going to use it.
You know, isn't it funny how Chlamydia does sound like quite a nice girl's name?
It does. Yeah. There was a comedian, can't think of her name right now, but there was a comedian in Australia who had a character on The Big Gig, for those of us of the right vintage.
Yes.
And
I
his
used to watch that
character's
show.
name was the character's name was Candida.
Candida. Yep.
Candida, yes.
Yep.
I know the name, but I can't remember.
I don't know.
That one.
You see, my head
so
goes
into wellness.
a comedy character name of Chlamydia Burns.
Oof.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh shit! Yeah.
See, the Big Gig was just like a vehicle for the popularity of the Doug Anthony All Stars at one point.
Oh,
Um,
God, that's good. Sorry.
And I don't blame them
It
for
felt that way
it
for a
because
while,
they were
yeah.
very,
They always did the last
very,
part.
Yeah.
yeah. It was always the build up to just them. They were very talented, and when they
Yes.
did like non-comedy covers of popular songs, it was just like, whoa, I am in a Zen state now. That is so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Because they
Yes.
started as a cappella group, didn't they? That was
They were
insane.
buskers
And then
in
they
Canberra.
just threw in comedy.
Yeah, they started
Sorry?
off as buskers. They started off as buskers in Canberra, and they gradually built up their repertoire. But yes, they were very talented musicians and singers, and they progressively upped the comedy as the years went by. I got their album. I've got their album on CD.
I've got there's a cut. They have 2 albums from memory. I bought one of them.
I only remember
one of them was a
one.
concert. One of the one of them was a live gig. The other one was a recorded album.
Well, okay, I've got the recorded album, which is called Icon.
Yep. Yes, that's the one.
And again, that is a mix of comedy and a couple of just really beautiful executed songs.
Yeah.
An album that I hunted down was Andrew Denton's Musical Challenge.
Oh, that was the Stairways to Heaven one, or
no, the Andrew Denton Musical Challenge was on his radio show, and he'd have a guest come in and they'd draw a song out of a hat, and during like a 5-minute thing, or like they might have half an hour to come and perform that song. And the best one I ever heard was Tina Arena doing Cheap Wine by Cold Chisel.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that
sounds
nice.
great.
Well, she actually did it as a cabaret number.
Ah, nice.
You know,
nice.
I once used, because you mentioned Stairway. So I was having a chat with someone and I was showing one of those contradictions in the Bible where it's, you know, one verse says, everybody says, you know, believe Jesus, they say, you know, is my Lord and Savior, etc., will be saved. And then there's another verse saying, not everybody who says, Lord, Lord, will be saved. And so, you know, I'm sort of explaining how this person's argument, you know, is bad. So it's like, this one says that, and this one, so I've got like a ding with a big tick, green tick on it, with the sound, you know, the ping. And then that's followed up by not everybody will be saved, at which point I then play the bit from Wayne's World where he sort of, you know, takes the sacred guitar out of the case and he's about to play a note and he's like, whoa, stop. And he points at the sign, it says, no stairway to heaven.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and
then I played
Stairways to Heaven.
Stairway, denied.
Nice.
Money of the Gun, Stairways to Heaven was just there were some crackers on there. I really liked the Australian Doors Show version of Stairway to Heaven on that album. And Doug Anthony All Stars did it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was such an amazing comedy scene in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yes.
Yeah. There was
and then his follow-up show, what was it? It was loosely a sports show, but I forget what it was called now.
Live and Sweaty.
That's the one. Yep. Live and Sweaty. And then he did Enough Rope.
He's a very good interviewer. He's a stunningly good interviewer.
Okay.
And the most interesting thing he did as an interviewer, because he would be so sort of empathetic to the person on, he would get them to say stuff they'd never said. And my personal favorite, one of the cricketers, and I forget who it was, but basically he had quite severe mental health issues that he'd never publicly acknowledged. People just thought he was a bit volatile, but he actually had really severe mental health issues. And he said, like, because he was in the national team and they're all pals, but then you play state cricket and you're competing against guys who are in your national team, and guys who you'd played with know that you have these issues. And he said people like Shane Warne and whatnot would be behind me. I'm batting and they're in slips. And the joke was to go tick, 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 because I was a ticking time bomb and I could go off at any time.
Jeez.
And they knew that because we were teammates and I shared with them. But then when we were competing, they would use my weakness against me. And he said, that was pretty fucked.
That's such a dick move. That's just awful.
And then he said, I forget what he was diagnosed with. Whether it might have been as full on as schizophrenia or whatever. But then he basically, while he's talking to Andrew Denton, is, you know, and then the diagnosis of whatever it was there, and then he paused and went, I was not going to say that. People told me not to come on and talk to you because you'd end up, I would end up telling you everything. And Andrew Denton actually said, are you okay? Are you okay with talking about it? And he just went, you know what? I've said it. Let's just keep going.
He's a Venus flytrap of an interview. Yep. He just lures people in and then he's got them. And it's really brilliant to watch.
One of my favorite things he did, I think this is from one of the relatively early shows. He was talking to some people who were from the seedy underbelly of King's Cross. There was a sex worker who was a street worker, and there was a guy who was a drug addict, and they were talking about things and talking about, the availability of drugs and whatnot. And one of them says, whenever I saw on the news that there was a drug bust, the cops had, confiscated, $1 million worth of heroin from this drug bust, I always thought, you beaut, there's going to be plenty of gear on the street when the cops resell that. And the audience kind of laughs and goes, ooh, and Andrew Denton freezes for a second because this person has just said the cops are just completely corrupt. And Andrew Denton goes, you have shaken my previous unswerving faith in the integrity of the police force. And he's got, because he didn't want to be the ABC knocking the police and whatnot. But this person's just said, no, if the police ever announced a major drug bust, that just meant they were going to resell it and there would be plenty of gear on the streets. And Denton, you could tell he wanted to go, yeah, right. But he said, as an ABC employee, I can't really do that. And he just goes, no, my previous unswerving faith in the police force has been shaken.
I am detecting some sarcasm in that response.
It was so good the way you did it.
Have I told you that I used to work for the New South Wales crime squads after the Royal Commission?
Oh wow, that would have been an event.
Wow.
It was an interesting 10 months, I can tell you.
Jesus.
I bet.
It was actually a lot of fun. Now, once they got rid of all the corrupt fuckers, it was actually a pretty good job.
And that's the thing. It's kind of...
I can tell you some stories.
God,
I bet you could.
It's like, I'm trying to remember the guy, the non-corrupt, and this is again showing my age because this goes back to the 80s, the non-corrupt cop one of the ones who, because the most corrupt cop in New South Wales history was Roger Rogerson. He was just such a fucking criminal. And this one non-corrupt cop had enough of it and actually turned witness, and he got shot. And he just said, one night I was in my kitchen and it was not and if you're next to a window at night and the lights on inside, you can't really see outside. And he said, I was like at the kitchen sink and there's a window there. And I just looked up and I was like, is that someone outside the window? And the person who was outside the window just raised a gun and went bang and shot him at fairly close range. Didn't kill him because he's telling this story. But the big thing was, can you identify him? Because it was obviously Roger Rogerson. And it was like, or someone that Rogerson had hired. And the big thing was, because this guy was testifying, he was the only one testifying, saying, "Oh, Rogerson did this," and it's like, can you identify the person who shot you? Because this would be the final nail in Rogerson's coffin. And this guy, he had the level of integrity where he said under cross-examination, "I can't identify who it was. I didn't see them. I was inside, and there was a window, and it was just the last thing I saw before everything went black. It was kind of, is that someone outside the window?" And then bang.
And then bang.
And I woke up and it was 2 weeks later. I'd been in intensive care for 2 weeks. And again, if he, didn't want to be honest, he could have said, "I saw it was definitely Roger Rogerson," and everyone would have went, "Yep, convict the motherfucker, put him away." The hilarious thing is he went away years after he retired. Like, I don't know, it was 5 or 10 years ago, because he killed some drug dealer that he was doing deals with, and he felt like this guy had ripped him off. And the body washed up from Sydney Harbour and got identified, and then it was linked to Rogerson, and then someone else testified, "Oh yeah, Rogerson killed him in a drug deal gone wrong and threw his body in the harbour." And so that was like, he was like, I don't know, he was like 70 or 80 at this point, and he's been convicted of murder after a very long criminal career, most of which when he was a member of the police force.
It kind of feels a bit weird to do that. Like, once they've retired from their criminal life, it's like, well,
he hadn't retired from his criminal life.
No,
he'd retired, he'd retired from the police force.
Yeah, well, and the police force, but that was the whole thing.
There was the TV series the ABC made called Blue Murder that I think you still can't broadcast in New South Wales, which of course in the modern age of digital media is a ridiculous restriction.
That's a moot point.
Yeah, because I mean, I bought it on disc in the 90s. It was made in the 80s or something, and because it was stuff that was like, this was stuff that was all said under testimony of Roger Rogerson being a mad fucking criminal, but because of idiosyncrasies in New South Wales law, it was like, the ABC wasn't allowed to broadcast this in New South Wales, but they could sell it on disc in every other state in Australia. And of course, these days of digital media, you could stream it in other states. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, I just posted
Can I tell
a link.
You one of my experiences?
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah, that's to Tina Arena's song.
Oh, okay. And for anyone who wants to think the song that Magnus was talking about, I'll copy into the main chat. But Nettie, tell us your story.
I have a little story. I used to do transcriptions, which means they would record things and I would type them out verbatim, the conversations.
Yeah.
So one time there was a gun runner who was from Eastern Europe, and he was the only guy left standing out of this big gun battle. And I had to type up everything he said in Serbian and in English to his girlfriend. It was all emotionally emotionally abusive, and it was really weird and crappy. But then that one was quite a long thing. But then there was this other one. It was this guy who he was going in to see his best mate in prison. and he was scared shitless. He was so scared shitless, I could barely hear the talk over his heart beating.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was, I mean, I felt like I was right there sitting in his suit with him, you know? Like,
oh, wow. That's intense.
And it got harder and faster as he went through the gates. And when he sat down, he's like, you know, and, oh, shit, man. Being a transcriber for the police squads is... Because these were the guys who did... my unit was homicide and serial violent crime. So it was gangsters and serial killers, basically.
Yeah.
And then there were the others, you know, white collar crime or corporate crime and pedos and shit like that. But yeah, it was just a...
Yeah. That sounds pretty intense.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking intense. Yeah. And but he got the guy to say what needed to be said.
Yeah. So
he deserved.
I went camping once. Speaking
of intense.
Yeah, I went camping once and with my polycule at the time, and one of the guys in the polycule had a sleeping tent and an auxiliary tent, if you know what I mean. And that was fucking intense.
Yes, that was fucking intense. Yeah.
But do you know that you can't walk in a campsite?
Why can't you walk in a campsite?
Only... Oh, sorry. No. You can't run in a campsite. Okay. You can only ran because it's past tense.
Yes. Okay. All right. How many tents are you working?
The jokes are getting worse.
I kind of jumped into your joke.
Yeah. Yeah. I looked up Blue Murder, by the by. It was only banned in New South Wales until 2001 when some court cases finalised. But the ABC broadcasted it in 95, but it was banned in New South Wales till 2001. So what was the shirt, Magnus?
It says, if at first you don't succeed, try doing what your scout leader told you to do the first time.
Scouting jokes. No.
And scouting is intense.
I used to be a member of Model Railway Club, and the first incarnation of the layout was, there was the railway line curving around a corner, and down a hill, at the bottom of the hill, was a scout tent, scout camp. And it's like, what kind of scoutmaster are you that you put one at the bottom of a hill? If it rains, you're going to be just swamped out, which is one of the big things they tell you not to do.
If you have to, on the side of the hill with the opening of the tent facing downhill.
Yeah.
So the water doesn't flow into the tent.
Yeah. And if you're camping in Australia, don't pitch your tent under a gum tree. It's very tempting, but gum trees have a bad habit of dropping branches, and that more than once school camps have ended in tragedy when a large section of the tree has fallen on the tent and killed kids who are asleep in the tent. That's happened more than once in Australia. So don't park your car under gum trees. So
if you're camping in the Otways in Victoria and you hear what looks like strange bestial devil noises, don't worry, it's just koalas fucking. And it sounds as horrible as my description. It's just the worst.
See, Abigail,
have you guys ever heard of a forest called Whispering Death? There's a forest.
I've heard of an airplane called Whispering Death.
Oh, the bullfighter.
Maybe it got it
Yes.
from the trees.
I had a bow called Mortis
these-
Murmur.
Nettie, tell us about this Whispering Death Forest.
Well, my ex comes from Western Australia, and he told me about when he was around about 1920. He went on a little adventure in a little van with his friends, with his little feral friends, looking for mushrooms probably. And they went into this forest.
I know a
ford
spot.
called
I know a
Whispering
spot
Death.
too.
I know a spot.
Yeah.
Airing cupboard.
Yes.
Moving on.
Moving on. Magnus is telling the story.
No. Nettie is telling the story.
Sorry, Nettie's telling a story.
I'm telling the story. Anyway, Whispering Death was the name given to the trees, and then it was given to the forest, because the only thing you know about a tree falling, and they would fall randomly in high winds. They were in a spot that copped the high winds often. The only thing you heard before you died was a whisper.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's creepy.
Isn't that a
is
cool
creepy.
name though?
The Whispering
It
Death.
is, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and they spent a night there in the Whispering Death Forest.
Ugh.
Ironically, I was talking about traveling Europe, and AgroPixie was telling me about a circle in a forest in Germany called the Devil's Circle.
Yeah.
And apparently, it's a clearing. Nothing grows in this clearing. If you set up tents in that clearing, you'll wake up in the morning and you're outside the circle. You never hurt. No one's ever been hurt. They just, whatever you do in that circle gets moved to the outside overnight.
That's very strange.
That's a bit
Some critter is
witch,
doing it.
isn't it? I like that.
I want to go camping there.
Yeah.
So
Fair.
when I'm a millionaire, I'll
Try it
fly
out.
the entire Angry Crew over to camp at the at
We'll
Whispering Death.
camp in the Devil's Circle. Yeah.
Yeah. On our way to Iceland.
So Kirsten just throwing in that airing cupboards are not really a thing in Australia. And technically, no, but
What's an
I think-
airing cupboard? Is that what I think it is? Like
It's
with
Laura?
it's a cupboard.
I think it's a cupboard with a heater in it that dries your clothes for you inside.
Yeah.
It's basically, if you can imagine, that's where the boiler is for the hot water. And then, because it's just a big tank, of hotness. And so, but you put like your laundry in there, like towels and stuff like that, and it makes them fluffy.
Okay, because
Nice and warm.
most Australian homes have their hot water tank either in the roof or outside. And I have seen some apartments with an indoor room where the water boiler is, but they're not very common here.
My mum
Don't
used to
sleep
have-
in them because they
No.
are low oxygen areas.
My mum used to
might
have
not wake up.
have this thing that you'd hang clothes in, and then you'd turn it on, and it would just be a heater, and it'd just blow hot air, warm air through this cupboard.
Well, I've always wanted to build something similar, but with like fans, just circulating air, and like a small one for like just putting dishes in a dishes dryer with
Dishes
with just hair, like your dishes, and one for like a cupboard for clothes with just a fan and a filter, just blowing, like getting air circulating. I think that would be a great idea.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
That's a new dress.
I just got it in the post today.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, don't you love it when that happens?
Presents. You got presents.
What I really love is getting something a dress that's arrived in the post that fits.
Yes.
It's more annoying when they don't fit. But this is. Well, the other thing I like about it is that the waist is closer to my waist.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that's nice.
Cool.
Oh, Just turning the conversation back to bad jokes.
I got very excited today, Laura. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Girls want to talk about dresses. Okay. I found a proper tailor alterations person up the road from here, which means that all the spectacular but does not fit clothing that I bought during lockdown, which is a lot, and it's expensive. What the fuck, cat? Jesus. Sorry.
What? You called?
The cat's been skinny as fuck, and I knew he was building up to that. He was trying to catch his own tail. Anyway, which means I can actually make these dresses that are made for people who are much taller than me or something be not so stupid looking. A good person for altering is a wonderful thing to find.
Yeah, ironically I've sewn my own clothes. Didn't use a pattern because I just created my own. And even once I went down to visit my mum, and she had, my mum's really unfortunate when it comes to shape. She's quite big up top, but she's a smaller on the waist kind of thing. And so if she wears a strappy top, the straps keep falling off all the time off her shoulders.
I get that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
So basically, what I ended up doing
all the time because I have slopey shoulders.
Yeah, me too. And so what I ended up doing was she got a sewing machine out, and I fixed it for her, and then she went upstairs and came back with another 4 or 5 for me to fix as well. Knowing my skills, and yet she wants nothing more to do with me anymore. Oh my God, I had a real tough time a week ago. So I phoned up my dad. Now, if you remember, I had a bit of a rough Christmas last year because, nothing happened for Christmas Day, because normally I would go to previously I would have gone to my parents', which is like 2 miles down the road. And then, when Mum disowned me, that was 2019. The Christmas of 2019, I went to visit my friend in Plymouth. Rather than sit at home and be on, 2020, Christmas 2020 was really shit because obviously with COVID around, they didn't want anybody going anywhere. And so I couldn't go to my parents, so I ended up just sitting here and, looking on the internet and stuff and pretending Christmas didn't exist really. So I'd gone and bought some presents, just vouchers, and so I tried phoning my dad a couple of days before Christmas, and all I got was an answer machine. Day before, so Christmas Eve, I phoned again, nothing but answer machine. Tried on Christmas Day, nothing but answer machine. And it turned out that his phone had broken the charger and he had to get a new one. So he'd run out of power and it just went to voicemail. So, and I'd left messages to ask him to pop over and pick up these presents. So I had no other choice but to send a text message to my mum to ask him to phone me up. And he did about 5 minutes later or something. And he said, I'll be down later. So later would mean today in my head. So I sat around with the door open. It was freezing cold because it's a fire door. And if I close it, I can't hear the intercom go. So, and he didn't turn up. And I sent a text message the next day and I got a reply, he'll come down on his way back from work in a few days. Just over a week later, he phoned up saying he was going to be coming back by on his way home from work. And what my Christmas present was the 20 quid that he had in his pocket. That was it. No card, no present, no, just a £20 note, And I said to him, I had a really bad time. I kind of thought went a little bit suicidal in a way just dark thoughts spilling around my head, and mostly it was just like if I died, would they give a shit? Yeah, they might be upset for a couple of days, but they get over it because they don't seem to care. And then I shrugged it off and went, no, fuck that, I'm not going to think like that. So so I said to him as he was leaving, it's like, hey, just give me a call every now and again, like, keep in touch kind of thing, check in on me from time to time. 10 months later, I phoned him. And it was really, really weird because when my mum disowned me, so what happened was, and the story, it's a long one, but I'm going to make it the short one, is I wanted to go down on the following day, which was Mother's Day, to give her a present plus the birthday present the month before, which she didn't want me to go down and take. And she made excuses, and ultimately it's like, well, how about I mail them to you then? And she's like, oh, well, I don't want to be unfair. Sorry, that's not fair on you, and I don't want to be unfair. And I kind of said, kind of are being. And then she, you know what, don't bother coming down, just consider me dead, and put the phone down. And I was really angry, and I went down. And I told her that you don't get to tell me that I should consider you dead. If you want to consider me dead, that's up to you. But you don't tell me how I should think and other stuff. But
has it occurred to you there's something a bit wrong with your mother?
Possibly.
Because I haven't done that to my kids.
Yeah. The problem is she won't tell me what the hell is wrong. I don't know. I can only guess. Is it just prejudice? Perhaps. Is it one of the hang-ups she's she said that one of the things she said to me over the phone was, I can't have girl children, I can't carry girl children, or my girl children died. And my mum had a couple of miscarriages before my brother was born, which would have been in the sort of mid-80s. And well, if she just had some nurse put a hand on her shoulder and went, don't worry, dear, you can always try for another one, and she hadn't got over the grief of that, it's old baggage that
she's got a girl child.
Yeah.
She's got a girl child. She's got one. So I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is control.
There's a point
she doesn't have control of you.
There's a point where, because you don't get to choose your family. They're just there.
Yeah.
And there's a point where the like in a cost benefit kind of way, where it costs you more in mental health than it does getting what you get out of it. And I reached that point a long time ago with my father, who I refused to talk to anymore. I just cut him out completely, and I never looked back. And it's for my own mental health, it was the best decision I could have made. I did it with my mother as well, but we've made up and we talk and chat and everything now. But yeah, I say this to people all the time who have toxic parents. At some point, you have to consider just like they're just not part of your life, and that's fair. That's more than fair. You don't get to choose your family, but you can choose your friends, and your friends sometimes become your family.
Yeah, and
it takes yeah.
I mean, I didn't hear from him, and it kind of drove home. Someone says to me, someone famous said something a long time ago of, you don't become you don't fully grow up until become independent, until your parents die, because they can't be there anymore to offer you any form of support, whether it's financial, emotional, or whatever. And so, to all intents and purposes, I'm an orphan. My brother said he didn't want anything, he couldn't have anything to do with me because he doesn't want to get between me and my mum. And it's like, I don't want you to. I just want to have a brother. And it just.
I'm
tell him to grow up
willing to be your
gay
internet mum if you need a mum.
Am I older than you?
Probably,
matter.
but
Yeah.
who cares? That
I'm
doesn't matter.
47.
Look,
Yeah, you are.
Laura,
I'd
And
volunteer
Laura's
to be your daddy, but that has
sister,
whole
okay,
weird
already.
connotation.
okay, Laura, I actually have a nephew who's 3 months older than me.
Right.
So
Yes.
yeah, age
Yeah.
is irrelevant.
Isn't that a song I know?
Actually, I have.
No, not quite. But
Nettie
yeah,
was trying
see,
to say
okay.
something there.
Laura, just so you understand,
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
Aspie, so I'm hearing what I don't know how to react to what you're saying because I haven't heard them before. I haven't seen how people react, so I don't know how to mimic those reactions. I've spent a lot of time working out since I found out I was Aspie, how to
Sorry,
react.
did you see that?
What?
Oh my gosh. I've got to okay.
I've actually realized that all my emotional responses are from watching other people and how society expects me to respond. And if I haven't had to deal with it, I don't know how to react. So sad news is really awkward for me because I want to say something, but I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I don't know what to say.
That's just Aspie mood right there.
You know what?
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean.
Everybody does that.
Yeah.
Look, okay. Magnus.
Yeah.
My father died when I was 21. Nobody knew what the fuck to say then either.
Okay, I've got a screen
just like
share
everybody
for you.
else on that one.
Again.
I've got a screen share for you. Okay.
Laura, you need to change your handle to the meme queen.
Yeah, so I want you to look at what happened. Watch what happened.
Sharing the wrong thing there.
No, it's not. It's the right thing. So watch what happens behind Nettie. Okay, watch for it.
That's some spooky horror movie shit right there.
Long range high five to you.
Oh that's some like David Lynch horror movie shit right there.
That was a real David Lynch moment.
Yeah.
Look at her. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh,
well done,
you. Someone's getting slapped.
Like a good minute.
I'm loving the color vibe here.
Yes.
The
Pride Parade
exploded. You guys probably would have seen it. I went.
Can you hear her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of.
So we all stopped talking just as she got the headphones. We all stopped talking.
I came in here through the door.
Can you hear her?
Yes.
Just well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
I came in through the door while you weren't looking. You almost saw me. I came in through here. I saw that you guys could see me, and I was just like, "Hello there," and then I just fucking.
Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. And then she disappeared.
I actually thought it was.
Down there for like a good minute or two.
I thought you were head on
Yeah.
a stick or something, you know, like built on a stick.
So
I didn't
that's
say that.
that's almost as evil as what we used to do to my dad.
And it's
My
on
dad
the
lost his
internet.
eye
So
in
good.
World War II. So when Mum would say, "You kids get to bed," we'd sneak around and go and sit on Dad's blind side.
Oh my God. Okay.
And then Mum would come and yell at Dad for not sending us to bed.
And he didn't know you were there because you're on his blind side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. This reminds me. Okay. A friend of my parents. This is when I was a kid. A friend of my parents. He was diabetic, and it was a particular thought. And his doctor had said you need to stop drinking alcohol completely. If you don't stop drinking alcohol, you will go blind. And he didn't listen to the doctor, and he kept drinking alcohol, and he went blind. So anyway, He's a friend of my dad's. He used to come around to our place at Christmas when he was blind. And my younger brother, who has just the most fucked up sense of humor, which I love, he would say this shit like this guy, his name was Ken, and he was in our house and we were all around there. And my brother would say this shit. So virtually like Ken's on the other side of the room and all the siblings here, and he would say this so we could all hear it, but Ken couldn't. And he'd go like, Ken, do you want to see what I got for Christmas? Oh, you can't, can you? And we would all fucking lose our shit and start laughing. And Ken would go, what are you all laughing at? And we're like, nothing. Because my brother was just saying this shit in this sort of low voice where someone on the other side of the room could hear it. And he'd go, Ken, look at this great thing I got for Christmas. No, you can't, can you? And we would just fucking lose our shit and start laughing.
So
and then Ken would say, what are you all laughing at? And we're like, nothing at all. And then we just like punch my little brother and say, stop it, you little bastard. And he's just like, what? He just had the sickest sense of humor, which we all loved.
I have a fun story for you. It includes alcohol, so it's right up your street. So my great grandma, Nanny Pepper, her name was, as in the stuff you stick on your dinner, salt and pepper.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what happened was she was like a really bad alcoholic.
Yeah.
And she came to visit the family up here. Annoyed the hell out of my mum because she kept calling her Susie, my mum Susie. And Susie was the name of the dog.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's passive aggressive, brilliant.
I don't think she was doing it deliberately. She just was old. I mean, she was like 98 or something. I mean, she died late.
Okay, seriously, if you get past 80, you can say and do whatever you want, and no one's allowed to criticize you. If you live past 80,
I'm going to hold you to that, Angry.
Dude. I'm a way off, but literally, if you get past 80, I think you can say and do whatever you like, and no one's allowed to criticize you. Laura,
my
sorry.
friend Myers says it's 70.
No, so
80,
we had spirits.
My friend Valley said that it was 70. Once you're past 70, you can say whatever you like.
So, the family, my parents' place, had spirits, Bacardi and all sorts of other things. But it was like in the top shelf out of the way. But this little old lady who was like, head and shoulders shorter than I am, she was like 5 foot nothing. Somehow she managed to get into that cabinet at the top. And bear in mind that when you got like older houses which are like really high ceilings, so it was like 4 meters at least high.
Yes,
the room, and yet somehow she managed. The little old lady managed to get on a stool or something, or levitate. Who knows how she got up there? Either way,
force.
Effectively, you can imagine. When you get those like little cartoon things where you got like a table and a chair and a little buffet cushion, and then someone stood on top of that and they've had to sort of climb this tower kind of thing. It's like she is the antithesis of the concept of why women live longer than men.
Okay. Now, Laura, speaking of elderly women.
Well, before you do, I want to tell you the rest of this story. So she managed to get up there and she drank of every single one of the bottles, with the exception of about 0.5 centimeter at the top, because that way the bottle wasn't empty, and therefore she hadn't, it couldn't be thrown away, kind of thing. But she's
been doing that since she was 12.
Yeah. So she'd lost one of her eyes, and so she,
sorry,
she was, a little bit batty, but really, she was really nice, just a bit drunk, I think. But the funniest part was my mum went away, and my mum said, "Look, come,
I'm going to be like her."
She said my mum was going down to visit some friends in Devon, and she said, "Would you come and look after the dogs for a week?" or whatever it was. So basically, I could eat all my mum's food and watch the satellite TV and things like that, and just put my normal life on hold for a week or so. So I went down. I'm looking after my mum's dog, and it's like about 1 a.m, and I had this phone call from Nanny Pepper, and she was just rambling and upset, and and she said she couldn't find her eye because she had the false eye. And so and like I ended up trying to phone my mum and say, look, what the hell do I do here? And she said, oh, don't worry about it. She was drunk, and basically she was blind drunk, even though she only had one eye. It was just a weird thing. This little old lady crying for help because she'd lost her eye and she couldn't see anything because she was blind drunk. It's a bizarre story.
Okay.
Laura, off to the pub.
Speaking of little old ladies, how do you get a little old lady to say fuck?
How?
You get another little old lady to yell out bingo.
That's brilliant. I love it.
Do you have something what we call in the UK?
I'm going to lose an eye just for the fun of it.
do you have
it's all hang on, excuse me, Laura. Nettie, it's all fun and games till someone loses an eye.
Exactly.
Then it's a treasure hunt.
Yeah.
I knew a boy that had his eye poked out with a sharp stick. Won't go looking through my letterbox anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Glass eye stories. There's a story I remember hearing. It's like when someone was trying to run a plantation in the South Pacific, and the local workers, when the white overseer.
Hey everyone! I'm just gonna I'll be a sec. I'm just turning my camera off for a bit.
Yeah. Okay. So again,
teenager stuff.
That's cool. So you had like the white overseer with the local workers in the South Pacific. If he was watching them, they'd all work really hard. But if he said, all right, I'm going back over here to the big house to do something, you'll keep working. As soon as he was out of sight, they'd stop working because they're like, he's not here to make us work. Why the fuck should we work? So he did this thing. This guy actually had a glass eye, and he'd do this thing where he's going like, I'm going to keep watching you. And he took his eye out and like put it on a post and said, I'm watching you. And he went off, and they kept working while he was gone because he was watching them because he left an eye there. And then one time he come back and they weren't working. They were all just sitting around. And it's because someone had put their hat over the eye because they're all working because he's watching us. And someone went, but if I sneak up and put my hat over the eye, then he can't see us anymore. Then we can just sit around. And
see, I can see the logic of that.
It's logical. It's perfectly logical. Yes.
Yeah. Well, what we learned in philosophy was logic doesn't have to be correct.
No, it's not necessarily correct or real, but it's logical.
Yes. The progression of thinking is logical.
I remember this fella that I met. Telling his kids when they were little. Now this guy, he had a stump. Stump. And he told his kids, don't bite your nails. Look what happens.
Oh my God. It's like, I remember a joke from the comedian Stephen Wright that he wanted to have a joke when he had first time he had a baby. He wanted to get one of those strollers that were for twins that had 2 seats, but he only had one baby, and push around the twin stroller with one baby and wait till someone said, why is the other thing empty? And he'd look over and go, oh my God. And then run around looking for the missing baby and freak people out. And the other alternative was he wanted to say to his kids, he wanted to make his kids do stuff like, just, do what I say. Your twin brother didn't do what I said, and he's gone now. And so just do what I say, or you'll end up like your twin brother. And it's like, oh, okay.
I got a topic change, which I might be interesting. So, one of the things that people like to talk about is, Big Brother watching you type stuff. About, they've got video cameras everywhere, and they're watching you, and it's all Big Brother. 1984 reference, obviously.
Yeah.
And yet, the complete opposite, has happened recently in UK politics.
Yeah.
Where we basically had a politician. There are rules about what they can do, and one of the things they're not allowed to do is basically ask questions and organize things that really help companies that they have a second job working for. So basically, lobbying people, companies lobbying have persuaded him to do things on their behalf.
It's called a conflict of interest.
Yeah, so what basically happened was the guy got censured, it was investigated and they found that he'd broken the rules for Parliament, because it's Parliament Standards Committee, I think they're called, something like that. So, and they could be censured, sorry, you're not allowed to come to the House for 3 weeks or whatever. Well, so this guy done that. So what happened was, the Prime Minister and the Conservative Party decided to have a little vote for changing the system so that the guy wouldn't get into trouble.
Oof.
And it's like half, like a third of Twitter in the UK basically went, what bullshit that is. And so 3 days later, the guy has resigned. And, the Prime Minister's having to make excuses of sort of an apology, but not really an apology, because he'd been heading this idea of changing the rules so that this kind of thing in the future won't happen, because new rules that allow these things to happen. Yep. And so basically, Twitter has screwed over the politicians and made them change, do a massive U-turn because of it. Yeah. So it's really interesting how, like I say, the opposite of 1984 is the case now. And my argument is, give me a sec, Mag. My argument is effectively, if you imagine it's Sunday morning and the politics shows, where the politicians go and talk to some guy and, etc. So if someone told a massive lie, and it just so happens that someone out there knows what happened back in 10 years ago, when he's been quizzed about what happened 10 years ago. So what happens is this person goes down the cellar and behind in a drawer with and some old newspapers in. And he thinks, I know I've got it in here somewhere. And they flick some pictures, and then they take a photograph with their phone. They post it on Twitter, and 2 hours later, it's gone viral. And that guy's a massive fucking liar. And next thing you know, he's resigning. This is the kind of power that the people have now, thanks to Twitter. It's really interesting.
Well, they I heard on the radio.
I think so.
I heard on the radio that a politician suggested that if a member of Parliament gets voted out, i.e., they've failed as a politician, that the state should fund their retraining into another career choice.
Oh shit!
Right, and I think it lasted all of 2 days before it was just thrown away because the people would not have stood for it.
No.
Really. Speaking about the bullshit and stuff, what the guy said, he was resigning, but he would still be serving the nation, just not in the cruel world of politics. And it's like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you twice, because it's like, the cruel world of politics that caught him out the bullshit that he did.
No. Oh.
So,
Laura?
The idea of personal responsibility, cruel world of politics.
Now, Laura, you brought up Big Brother in 1984. When I become when I went to university, I had to. They said, write a book review about a book that has changed your view of the world. So I wrote about Big Brother because I was 14 years old in 1984.
Right.
So, and I could understand what they were talking about. As an adult, when I read the book, I'm like, wow, I can see all that in the media and in politics and all that. And so I wrote about 1984. Hang on, excuse me for a moment. There's someone knocking at my door.
Okay.
Probably a housemate.
I was about to say that's a bit freaky post midnight for there to be a knock at the door.
It's just amusing the idea of 1984. Oh, there's a knock on the door. Next thing you know, it's going to be the police carting him away.
I was about to say it's the secret police have arrived at Magnus's door post midnight to take him away. Was it just 15 minutes ago when the chat? Kirsten's just gone, teenagers are terrible. And I don't know what that is a reference to, but objectively and in isolation, yes.
It may be the Nettie's daughter thing.
Might have been. But I just think objectively and in isolation, teenagers are in fact terrible. And I'm counting myself.
Can confirm.
I'm thinking back to myself as a teenager, and again, notoriously, as I have shared on the stream before, dressed up as
hang on. I think I may have heard this before.
I know. I periodically confess to the fact I dressed up as Hitler as a teenager because basically teenagers are fucked.
I grew up in liberal heartland eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and I used to commonly say little prayers to Satan on the bus just to annoy old women because I was an awful teenager. Like that's just what teenagers do.
Thanks for the idea. Oh my god.
It's a wombat.
So Kirsten said, no, it's Angry's brother, but also me. And I'm also not sure what that means. But I was also, when I was thinking about the dressing up as Hitler thing, I remember when I was at uni, one of my tutors, he shared a picture he had from a party. And again, this was late 80s sort of stuff. And it's like the punk stuff was, and people, now it's like, all right, but we weren't really political. It was like, if we do something that upsets the olds, that's cool. And it wasn't really political, but he posted a picture where he was like at some party and he had put together like a whole fucking Nazi costume. And he said, on that night, we were joking like we should go for a walk through like the eastern suburbs of Sydney, which is the Jewish section. And you're like, yeah, I'm like sort of post-punk. I want to get up in old people. And you're like, you're young and stupid. And you think being an objectionable piece of shit means you're cool. It's like, no, actually, you were just a horrible piece of shit. Because you were young and obnoxious and you thought upsetting people was cool, and it was actually just you were just a piece of shit. And that's why I kind of try to be slightly accommodating when you see shit today that teenagers do and they seem like they're horrible pieces of shit. And it's like I will give you a bit of ground up to the point someone says, because communication is better, feedback is better today. Because when I was a teenager, if you did something horrible, no one communicated to you were being horrible. You were just, I upset some old people. That was funny. But on the internet today, people can say, hey, dude, no, you're a gross, racist, anti-Semitic, neo-Nazi fuck. Stop that. And if you don't listen when people tell you, then you are a piece of shit. But I try to be a bit accommodating to teenagers who do fucked up things now and say, well, when I was a teenager, I definitely did fucked up things. But when people explain to you what you're doing is fucked up and you don't listen, I don't know. Maybe someone should just slap you a few times until you listen, because
with my son, I try to explain the nuance to him, but it's not always that easy.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. I when I was a teenager, I would not have fucking listened to anyone. But the world was very different. When I was a teenager, we were just inventing the wheel and shit like that. And when the people from Cave 23 said the stuff you're doing is not cool, we were like, whatever, Cave 23. You're
you go back with your fire.
Yeah. What good is fire, honestly?
I'm almost chuckling at the idea of, I've said it before about Victoria Police, and I think of it as a completely different concept.
Yes.
Buster Keaton kind of police, chasing people around at high speed because the camera wasn't normal.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah.
There's a really amusing thing that has happened recently, and that's John Cleese.
Oh God. Okay.
Okay, so John Cleese had a lot of time when he was younger, and sort of at the height of his career with Monty Python and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where he was pushing against the establishment. He was young and edgy, to use more modern language. And yet, recently, he has said stuff, and people have called him out on it, and now he's like, "Oh, I was only joking. It was, and that kind of stuff." It's like, he is now the establishment, and can't stand the idea of people calling him out. So it's like, oh, free speech and
absolutely,
all that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh my gosh, it is kind of so funny. It's like, oh, snowflakes. You know what I mean? The kind of language that
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because he's apparently about to present a series. I don't know if it's going to come out next year or whatever, where it's like, ooh, yeah, where he's just going to talk about how everyone's snowflakes. And it's like, dude, even when he was in Monty Python in the 70s, he was the establishment. Because you look at some of the docos that were done, interviews of the cast, John Cleese was the fucking establishment. And people like Terry Jones and Michael Palin were much more subversive. And John Cleese would side with the hierarchy of the BBC and say, no, we can't do that. That's crass. And the more subversive elements of the Python troupe, who were notably Terry Jones and Michael Palin, would say, no, we should do this because that's like getting up in people's faces. And John Cleese, even in the 70s, would say, no, that's crass and shallow. John Cleese has always been the established. Again, he's a very funny person and he's a very insightful person. But he's fallen into that trap of boomer bullshit of, oh yeah, no, people are saying I'm out of touch, but I'm not out of touch. I'm out of touch. It's the Principal Skinner meme of, am I wrong? No, it's the children who are out of touch.
Are we the baddies?
Yes, it's an "Are we the baddies" moment. It is absolutely. Are we the baddies?
Obviously, moment. We are.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm the baddie. I am absolutely the baddies. There's no two ways about it. I'm the baddies.
Going back to my story about 1984, the book.
Yes, go for it. Yes.
Had to write this book review on a book that changed your world. I wrote about 1984. A friend of mine who had been to university and made his extra money selling a certain type of herb to willing imbibers of this certain type of herb, came around and sat down with me and was talking to me, and he asked how the book report's going, and I showed him and he read it, and he's gone, oh, you missed one major point. And I wrote, and I'm like, no, I think I've covered everything. He said, no, you missed why he wrote the book. I'm like, okay, why did he write the book? He said, George Orwell went over to Russia, saw the cleansings and all that Stalin did, and then 1984 is like, if you want communism, this is what you're going to get. And I went, how the hell do you know that? And he said, George told me.
No.
He was a drinking buddy of my dad's back in England.
Wow.
That's like, wow. So I put that in and put him down because he had a degree in art history. I cited him as the reference because it's a first-hand reference. And
wow.
Yeah, got me in. Yeah. The guy I used to buy, I used to purchase a certain herb from, actually met George Orwell. And the name of the coffee house where they would meet and drink at is actually where the English Communist Party would meet. It's an actual place. It did exist.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, I got presents.
That was a
They're
face
masks, but it's
constellations.
No. Take the shiny thing off.
Oh right, I thought.
Cool.
I thought it...
Skeleton unicorns.
Nice.
And
you're going to be one of the Tartan army.
Is that a family tartan or is that generic tartan?
Well, I can tell you all about tartans because it was one of my hobbies, studying. Clan tartans only didn't exist until 1845.
Yes, that was an invention in relatively recent times where they tried to pretend that clan tartans had existed for centuries. Yes.
Well, the tartan patterns had existed for centuries, but they were regional because the colors you could get, certain colors were easier to get in certain places. So, but what was it Victoria and Albert, the two that were very much in love, and like
yes,
she had to actually propose to him because he couldn't propose to the Queen of England?
Possibly.
Yeah. And he died like really early on in their relationship.
Yeah.
And she wore black all the time. She wanted to see the noble savage that Sir Walter Raleigh wrote about, but tartans were banned. So they couldn't wear kilts and they couldn't have their tartans. So, but she wanted to meet them. Now, if the Queen wants something, the Queen gets it. So they lifted the ban on tartans, and the Scottish chieftains and their entourages would insisted on lining up as they did at the Battle of Bannockburn. But
Jesus, okay.
Now the tartans, there was only one pattern book or one or two pattern books left in England or left in the entire UK.
Yeah.
And one of them was, I think, the Williams pattern book, which is still used today.
Mm-hmm.
And so Williams had to make all these tartans, but they put a stipulation because we can't mill enough tartans for everyone to choose their clan or the tartan they want. So the clan chieftains chose what clan tartan or what tartan they were getting, and they just made enough for the chieftains and the entourages.
Yeah.
And that's where clan tartans come from.
Yeah.
Before that, they were regional. So this is a Gordon? Actually, no, this is a Stuart hunting. Stuart hunting. Which my mother's are numbers, which are of the clan Gordon, which means I can wear a Gordon.
And drink Gordon.
Yes, but I can't wear a Stuart.
My father's side is father's side of the family is Clan Shaw. Are you
sure?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Nice.
Oh dear. I don't know what region they're from though.
But we were
wake up
my
Mrs.
grandmother in
Gregory or
particular
go get
was
my kilt.
Yeah. My grandmother in particular, it was always going on about life in Scotland, and we have a family tartan, and I've looked into it, and it would cost a small fortune to get an outfit in our tartan shipped here.
My niece used to, I think she used to do Highland dancing, and apparently she was really good. I used some connections to get her group some practice swords and some real actual basket hilted broadswords to dance with.
Cool.
Because in Queensland they were outlawed, so they couldn't buy them, but I could buy them in Victoria with my prohibited weapons permit and then send them to Queensland, and that was okay.
Okay.
Right.
Weird.
But so anyway, my sister would travel to Haywood, where the best dressmaker for that stuff lived, and she was, across Australia. All the people that did Highland dancing would go to this woman, and she was a personal friend of my sister's. So my niece's mother got these outfits made, and she always danced in the Buchanan tartan.
Yeah.
Her the Australian champion at the time always danced in the Buchanan tartan. And so one of the mothers was overheard saying, who does she think she is, the next Australian champion, dancing in the Buchanan tartan? And the teacher turned around and said, well, it's probably got something to do with the fact that her surname's Buchanan.
Yeah. When you said about you can buy swords there and send them to, what state was it?
Queensland.
Queensland.
I could buy them in Victoria and send them to Queensland.
Yeah, and I just sort of, through my mind went, I wonder if that works for heroin as well.
Probably.
Actually, another funny story.
There was a time I was allowed to buy swords because I was part of a HEMA fighting club, but that was a few years ago now.
Okay, I noticed Nettie in the chat saying her internet's being fucky, which is sad because she was with us. But Nettie, just tell me if you need me to post the link again to make it easier for you, if you want to try and come back, whatever. But Magnus, I think you're about to say something.
Funny story about Queensland. Right. When I first moved to Geelong, I was getting support from a social worker, and he told me a story about when he did his PhD in Queensland.
Mm-hmm.
And he was collecting snakes to harvest the venom from. This is in the 80s in Queensland.
Yeah.
And so he was living out in the Queensland bush. He had an old HR station wagon. And he was driving back to Brisbane with his catches, and the cops pulled him over. So here's a guy with long hair, big thick beard, in the 80s, in the bush, on a backcountry road in Queensland, with the back of his station wagon full of camping gear and Hessian sacks. They thought he was moving drugs.
Of course they did.
Now, at the time, Laura, the Queensland police were the best that money could buy.
Yeah, they were. God, yeah.
And if you were a hippie, the odds of you coming out of an arrest on a backcountry road were pretty slim. So they've gone to search the car, and he's gone, I wouldn't do that. And they've gone, don't tell us what to do. And one of them reached into a sack and then turned white because there was nothing but snakes in those sacks. Now,
nice.
No. And yes, I'm being told to keep the noise down. I'm making too much noise.
That sounds like my house, man. Honestly, yeah.
What?
I'm used to getting messages like "you're too loud."
You mentioned, you were talking about kills, and I've mentioned this before. Watching Braveheart, and all the history is all wrong. And there's a piece which I've read out, like I say, it's probably 6 months ago now. And this is what it's got on the Wikipedia thing about historical inaccuracy. Sharon Crowther noted that the film contained numerous historical inaccuracies, beginning with the wearing of belted plate by Wallace and his men. In that period, no Scots wore belted plaids, let alone kilts of any kind. Moreover, the Highlanders finally did begin wearing belted plaid, but not in the bizarre style depicted in the film. She compares the inaccuracy to be about a film about colonial America, showing the colonial men wearing 20th century business suits with jackets worn back to front instead of the right way around. In a previous essay about the film, she wrote, "The events aren't accurate, the dates aren't accurate, the characters aren't accurate, the names aren't accurate, the clothes aren't accurate. In short, just about nothing is accurate." The belted plaid was not introduced until the 16th century. Peter Traquair has referred to Wallace's facial representation as a wild and hairy Highlander painted with woad, 1,000 years too late, running amok in a tartan kilt 500 years too early.
He's also speaking the wrong language. He should be speaking Irish Gaelic, not Scottish Gaelic.
Yeah, my family doesn't have a tartan that I'm aware of, because my family goes back to Ireland, and I think that there's more likely going to be some kind of really, really bad form of potato-based petrol style alcohol related to my family than there is ever kilt.
No, the Irish have tartans as well. Have kilts.
I know. I'm saying that basically my family name is probably more likely to have alcohol named after them than a kilt, than a plaid.
Well, I've got. Let's see. My particular strain of carnies come from County Meath, and in County Meath there's Kilcarny, which means town of Carney. And I've got to speak quiet because Amy's just come back from work. Yeah, there's lots of stuff. And then we were kicked out by the Normans and had to move to County Clare.
We had a similar thing in the my ancestry goes back to William the Conqueror, because William the Conqueror came over to the UK 1066 and basically killed the Saxon king.
Yep.
And then, he had at least a couple of sons, I remember. And one of them went to Ireland to kind of like get a bit of independence from his dad, kind of thing. And and this is at a time when Normandy...
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've just been handed some a snack by my son, which was very nice. So I'm gonna just I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Yep, you've got chewing spatters.
William
the Conqueror.
That's right.
Harold Hardrada.
One of the things which is really interesting about English language is how French and English has a lot of similarities in it. And if you listen to French, you'll hear words that sound like they're English words because they have roots in French. And what happened was, William the Conqueror, you had the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes who came from like Germany and Denmark, that kind of part of the world. And they came over and they kicked the Celts into the shitty parts of the country, the not very flat stuff. So Wales, Scotland, Cornwall, the bits that aren't so easy to farm. So then, generally you got Saxon as a language, which, like I say, will have a bit of Germanic in there. So what happened was the Normans come along and they kill the Saxon king and they take over. And there was two languages spoken effectively. There was, Saxon, which was like the commoner people. And then there was a form of French, which was the aristocracy, the courts, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then what happened was Normandy was conquered, and suddenly you've got two groups that, you know, that it's not a colony anymore, it's now home. And that's when the two groups started to intermarry and things like that. And so the language effectively became what was a bit like English.
Well, yeah,
you know, that's the language structure for it.
Well,
but let me just finish. Yeah. So, in terms of family history, so William the Conqueror had a couple of sons. Normandy being conquered, he went over to Ireland and he ended up marrying a native Irish lady, and their daughter's husband was a McWilliams, which is what my name is. And it was, so there you go. That's my history.
Now, because of the Norman invasion, it's where we get the phrase foul language, because the foul language was Saxon or Anglo-Saxon. Because
I mean, calling someone chicken, that's using foul language.
Yes. That's bad. That joke belongs in hospital.
That joke is funny for a child that's about 5.
Yes. Now, see, what happened was you had basically, you were right, you had 2 languages, but if you wanted to get anywhere, you had to speak Norman French. And in fact, it's in the first chapter of Ivanhoe, where the swineherd is talking to the ox herd. He's going, when I take my swine to market, as soon as they enter the town, they become pigs. And then when they're sold, they go to the butcher and he turns them into pork. I don't understand, because the animal doesn't change. What changes as soon as they enter town? And then the other guy goes, yes, well, I have the same problem with my ox. As soon as they enter town, they become cattle. And then once they're killed, they become beef. But my animals don't change. And they're not understanding the fact that the townships are ran by the Normans, so therefore the official language of what everything is changes.
Yeah.
And I find that quite funny. It's quite interesting to read.
It is very interesting, that the change of language. Yeah.
You know, here's a fun thing for you, and that is that in the Bible, the 10 Commandments, one of the final ones is "Do not covet your neighbor's ox."
Yeah, and I thought it was ass.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not. But I think there is one perfect time to to covet your neighbor's ox, and that's when you're playing Scrabble.
Oh my God! Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's ass."
I don't care. It's a joke, and it's
in
that film.
Yes. I think it's okay to covet thy neighbor's ass, especially if it's single and it has a nice ass.
And if it's mutually agreeable, the covetousness is mutually agreeable.
As long as you can want it, but as long as you don't try to force those wants onto them, then it's quite fine.
Yeah.
But yes, no. If we go into religion, we'll open up a big can of worms, because I did some stuff at uni.
Just randomly, I did some stuff at uni.
I was sitting in on a lecture, and they were talking about how in the book of Jude, it's interesting that Jude is a Hebrew woman that's mentioned in the Bible, but and her husband is just Jude's husband. But Jude she's got her own name and she does her own stuff. And it's interesting that she's nobody important, but she is a wife and she's still named and mentioned. And they talk about how nobody can understand why after her husband dies, her brother-in-law steps up and says, I will take ownership of all my brother's debts. So basically, stopping his sister-in-law from becoming a indentured servant, effectively a slave. And he hands over a sandal as proof. He hands over a sandal, and nobody can work out why the hell he hands over a sandal. I just started giggling to myself. And this lecturer, she's one of 5 people in the world that actually assess the Bible as a historical document and what it means and all that sort of stuff. And she's one of these big movers and shakers in that world. And she's gone, Mr. Carney. And I'm like, oh, shit. What is so funny? And I've gone, oh, well, it wasn't funny. I was just laughing at the fact that you haven't figured it out yet.
I think Nettie's trying to get in.
Oh yes, she is too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hi.
He goes,
back. Hello.
She goes, what do you mean we haven't figured it out yet? Well, and I said, well, it's obvious why he would hand over a sandal. And I said, I happen to have a medieval shoe that I'm resoling, and it had the sole of it, and it had my footprint where I'd been walking on it perfectly, the toes, the heel, the ball of the foot, all that stuff. And I said, right, I can pretty much guarantee that won't match anybody else in this room. It's as good as a signature. That footprint, that sole of that shoe where I've been walking. And she said, can I have it? And I said, well, no, I've got to take the sole off to measure it up to make a replacement sole. But once I'm done with it, yes, you can have it. Apparently she sent it off to her peers, and her peers have gone, right, so that's that one done. Tick. And they move on to the next one.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm accredited with solving like a 20-year-old mystery of the Bible as to why they would hand over a shoe as proof of, or a sandal as proof of identity.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they had passports then. And speaking of passports, here's a little
I don't have one.
Yeah, speaking about that of passports, did you know that the Mona Lisa is a 17th century passport photo? It explains everything.
It's only about.
Oh yeah, but it explains. Just that little joke that I told explains the whole damn thing.
It's good. I like it. All right. Okay.
I'm having a blue lagoon now.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's very blue, Nettie. That is very blue.
Well, I don't have any vodka,
I'm going to go and shut the door to cut down the noise to Amy.
Yeah. So what is it? The blue drink? It's not Romulan ale, I'm sure.
It's basically blue Caracao, lime juice, and lemonade.
Yeah. Gotta love blue curacao. It's one of the things I never know how to pronounce.
Curacao, silly me.
Yeah, but it depends. Look, honestly, like I insist on referring to these cherries as maraschino cherries, and some people get very angry at me and say, "No, it's maraschino," and I'm like, "Well, it depends where you went to school, basically, how you pronounce it." So. Yeah. So, I didn't mean to sort of make a big thing of saying curacao differently, but that's how I say it. And you do get, and because with drinks and things, with cocktails, you get stuff. Some of it's Italian, some of it's German, some of it's English. So you get really conflicting pronunciations. And I'm just like, you know what?
You want some of this?
Kitty wants to get into the Blue Lagoon. I know Mimsy's gone quiet for a while. I feel like Mimsy hasn't showed up for about an hour or so, which probably means she's gone into the bedroom. She's probably hassling Mrs. Angry in the bedroom. But
you have a silly tail.
It is a very long tail, certainly.
It's everywhere. Aww.
My last cat my cat had a really fluffy tail, just like, you know, it effectively it was like an afro, you know, for a tail. Do you know what I mean? It was like so big and fluffy.
Yeah. Oh, my cats are they're what? Why are you flipping it around like that? Jesus, he's been doing
because
this all night.
I can.
He flips it around like violently. Like, I'm pissed off with what you're doing. Like, what am I doing? Anyway, they've been shedding everywhere. It's just incredible. It's we'll be cleaning it up tomorrow, and it's going to be a big job.
You know, I was thinking about what you were wearing early on, and I was thinking to myself, you know, it's like you're coming out of winter into spring now. Sorry, you're in summer now, aren't you?
Spring or close to summer.
Yeah. And it's like, that's why all the bright colors are coming out, whereas everyone here is turning, you know, has become black, most black or gray.
Yeah.
You know, which I think is really dull, you know. The amount of times I've been into town and I'm the best girl out there. Sorry?
Oh.
I said the amount of times I go into town and I'm like the best dressed girl in town that day because I just wear whatever I like.
Yeah, you're not wearing
the
morning
Nettie
colours.
I remember wore no other colour but black.
I remember posting a video.
It's a very long phase.
On YouTube back in the early days, like more than 10 years ago, I was walking along St Kilda Beach in summer going, look how cool it looks. And I've got my camera on a monopod, so I'm in the shot. It's cool and whatnot. I had friends from other parts of Australia going, why the fuck are you wearing a black shirt at the beach? And I was like, it's normal. It's normal.
Melbourne?
I'm in Melbourne. It's normal to wear a black shirt to the beach. And they were like, no, it's not. And I was, yes, it is. Just like, oh.
I was full on goth, but I've decided since breaking up with my long-term partner that I don't want any more goth boys.
That's the past now.
I have worked on a goth repeller wardrobe.
And those bright colors are very goth repellent, which is it's a pretty good plan, Nettie.
No, there's a thing called a pastel goth.
Yeah, I've heard that actually.
Do you know something?
Yeah, I don't do pastel really that much.
I'm going to put out a thought that let's see if you think is a good one. If Nettie was a drink, she'd be one of those ones with like, you know, just like a cocktail umbrella and just loads of fruit hanging off it. Don't you think?
Nettie uses
I want one
Nutty
of
as a
those hats
fruitcake.
with lots of. Oh my god! Look at my tongue.
Oh god, that is so blue. You're a blue tongue lizard, right? Oh my god, that's
Nettie
so
is one of the lizard people.
That is so funny. Oh my
Illuminati
god,
forever.
that is so
I
funny.
want one of those big fruit hats.
Yeah, what was
That'd
it,
be
Carmen
great.
Miranda? Was it
Yes.
Carmen
Yes.
Miranda who wore the fruit hats? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nettie, I can see you as
I
a
do all
Carmen
the
Miranda
colours.
character. Yeah.
That,
No, there's
That,
only you can't rebel
The
in
Mask.
Melbourne if you're wearing black. You just look at everyone else.
Do you know, I there was one time in the mid-90s that I was absolutely bored to shit with one of the things that was just so endemic. So what happened was there's a Manchester band called Oasis.
Yeah, very famous.
I've heard of them.
band,
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I
the
might
thing
have
about
heard of them.
Yeah, now I can't stand Oasis, and it's not really not really my kind of music, but at least they're better than those sort of your boy girl band kind of stuff. At least they're playing instruments and singing, but really it's not so much that, it's more the attitude and all that kind of stuff. Like the Gallagher was like it was just horrible. And also the But the main one is that half of the male population of Manchester, when they were at their peak, started dressing like them and walking like them and talking like them. So they might, they might sound a bit like I am now, except for they all, and suddenly they all started saying, "All right, pal, how are you doing?" That kind of thing, in just the, the same style of speaking that they have, and it's just
Manchester had its own sound.
Yes,
Stone Roses, Sea Dragons.
Yeah. I've actually been past the Hacienda numerous times.
Yeah.
So
I just love how the Gallagher brothers ended up hating each other more than anyone outside the band ever had any feelings about Oasis. Noel and Liam ended up hating each other more than anyone ever had any feelings about them.
A bit of useless information about boy bands.
Yeah.
Would the Monkees be the first ever production-based boy band?
Possibly. Basically, yes. Pre the Monkees, individual pop stars were completely fabricated by record companies and producers. People like Fabian and whatnot. So there were individual pop stars who were completely fabricated by record labels. But I think you're right. The Monkees were the first boy band. They were a completely fake version of the Beatles, essentially.
Yes, they were
another band I can't stand. And it's not the music.
Go, Laura. Are you saying you can't stand the Beatles?
No, they just annoy me. And it's not the music, and it's not the people. It's the fame.
I fucking love the Beatles.
Yeah,
I can listen to the Beatles all day long.
Oh, the thing about it is, it's more of an earlier generation, not my thing in terms of the musical taste of it. But what it's a bit of a rant here. What really pisses me off is the fame. And, so where I live, Manchester and Liverpool are like 40 minutes away from each other on a train. They're not very far away.
So they're on the other side of the countries to each other.
Sorry? No. We're like
England's small, remember?
Well, it is compared to Australia.
Tiny.
Yeah. But like I say, it's still 40 minutes away. Well, because the news for Manchester is the Northwest News. It covers Manchester, Liverpool, up to Lancaster and down to Crewe. So it's quite a wide area of the Northwest, including Ireland. Well, so whenever anything happens to do with the Beatles, no matter how mundane, it will be on the local news. Yoko Ono was doing a thing in London. Had nothing to do with the Beatles whatsoever. She's an artist or something, okay? And for some reason, that was on the local news. And it's like, because she was married to a Beatle, And so, if someone found a hanky John Lennon may have blown his nose on in the Cavern Club in 1966, that would probably be on the local news, And it's the fame thing that annoys me, and like, it's kind of like, it's almost fake news, if you know what I mean. Someone famous does something mundane.
It's just banal. It's just like, I get it.
Well, I mean, when David Beckham was playing for Manchester United, there was a story on the local news about how he'd spent like £100,000 on garden furniture for the kids, swing, climbing frame, stuff like that. And it's like, well, why is that news? Rich person buys expensive stuff. That's what rich people do. They buy
nobody puts it really, really well. I think the fame pissed off the Beatles sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
plus the complete lack of privacy is totally a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it came to this sort of story about David Beckham. It's like, how's that news? If his next door neighbours, who own the biggest coat hanger factory in all of Europe, spent £100,000 on garden furniture for their kids, would that be on the local news? No, it's rich, famous person buys expensive stuff. And that's just not news. And the most ludicrous version of this was a story. So one year it was the World Cup. And when the World Cup is on in Britain, the country stops. People call in sick from work. So, I mean, it might as well be a national holiday when England are playing. I mean, that's about how much work gets done. So, what happened was one year, I was watching, so my friend was interested in watching it. And so it was England playing Cameroon. It was like a quarterfinal or semi-final or something. And so what happens is when it gets to the national news, number one story, England are playing today, and what's the strategy going to be, and who's on the team, and all that kind of stuff. Well, in Manchester, in the northwest where I live, that's going to, when it gets to local news, that's perfectly valid news because you're a lot of big teams: Liverpool, Everton, Manchester United, Manchester City, Blackburn Rovers, Wigan Wanderers, all these sorts of teams on there. And so, because they're the top teams in the UK, they're squad members that are going to be playing for the English national team today. But that year, I was visiting my friends in Wales. And Wales isn't known for football. It's known for rugby. And so the only way... Yeah. So the only way that... sorry, Abigail, yes. The only way...
I love you, Laura.
Yeah.
Just know that.
The only way that the Welsh, local news could get in on the biggest story of the day was some guy who used to play for Wrexham, which is like right on the border of Wales, England anyway. So some guy who used to play for Wrexham once played on a completely different team with a guy who's playing for Cameroon today. That's just like 3 degrees of separation. A guy knew a guy who played with a guy on a different team. It's up there with the Spaceballs. There's something you should know. I am your father's, daughter's, sister's, brother's roommate or something.
Spaceballs reference.
Exactly.
Just after I said ludicrous speed before.
Yes. It's like,
yeah.
So that's the thing. It's like I say, it's around.
Yeah. So can I sort of change the subject a bit?
Please.
Okay.
I've been working on this lately, and my Pathfinder group, which is made up of like all but one of the people in the game are like really good friends of mine, and the other person is a friend of a friend who I've met before. And I've been working on because I don't suffer fools very well. You may have noticed that in my many grammar and spelling corrections, but in person, like it just grates against me if someone can't keep up. But there's this friend of a friend in my Pathfinder game. He's cool. He's interesting. He's a nurse. He's well read, but he's just kind of a bit. I think it's because he's just overworked because of COVID, but it takes him a while for things to finally sink in. And it's just like, I've been working on my tolerance of people, and this stream has helped with that a bit, but also like because one of the things AG once said, everyone is the expert of their own story. So, yeah. I don't know where I was going with this, but
you're there now.
But you
I'm here. We're here. Well, we've gone on this journey. And I've been working on my tolerance levels, and I think, like, if this dude wasn't in the game, we'd be lesser off for it. He brings a unique character, and Laura, I love you, but your tangents are just like wild and crazy, and
Which I love.
yeah.
Okay.
But sometimes we want to stay on topic. Sometimes we just want to stay on topic, is what I'm saying.
But I want to go wild tangent. Abigail, what you were saying about feeling about someone else just reminded me on Facebook, like, you know, sometime during COVID when they introduced the care emoji where you do this.
Like, yeah.
Have you ever noticed how effective care is as sarcasm? Because
no, I haven't.
I will do it occasionally when someone says, I'm having an awful time, and I was like, I'll do the care sincerely and say, I'm feeling for you. If you want support, I'm here and whatnot, but I'm not going to say any platitudes, but I'm here. But it's also incredibly effective as sarcasm. When someone says something and you think that comment, you are an absolute knob. And instead of saying you're an absolute knob, you do the care emoji. And it's like, yeah, I care that you are a fucking idiot.
You know what I mean?
It's kind of like, is it like saying to someone, "Oh, my sweet summer child"? Like, is it that level?
It is exactly that.
Okay.
I have
for instance, sorry, I just want to say on one of the groups I was in today, it's like some fuck, I don't know. It was like what's the group called? It's like area man invents fictional scenario, then gets angry about it. And, it's mostly making fun of right wingers. And one was that piece of shit in America, Kyle Rittenhouse, who murdered some people and is faking being upset in his trial, where he should go to jail for the rest of his fucking life, and he'll probably be found innocent. But anyway, he did that pathetic fake crying, and some cockhead in this group is definitely trolling when people saying this Kyle Rittenhouse is a piece of shit. Oh, you're all awful picking on a 17-year-old, and people go like, "Fuck yourself, dude," and he's going like, "Oh, you're picking on a 17-year-old," and my comment was, "Oh, cry more for a white supremacist murderer, why don't you?" And and he's like, "Oh, what evidence do you have that he's a white supremacist?" And I just responded like, "Dude, there's only one sort of person who defends a white supremacist murderer, and I don't waste time on people like that." And he did it again, like, "Oh, how do you know he's a white supremacist?" And I just responded with a care emoji. It's like, yeah. I care what you feel, dude. And it's, and I love that. I will most times when I use the care emoji on Facebook, it's a sincere thing. Someone's saying, "Oh, there's a bad thing," and I'm like, "Look, saying anything would be a platitude, but I literally just want to say, I'm your friend and I'm here." But also when someone's being a complete fucking knob, you go, "Yeah, care. Why not?"
Angry has corrupted the care emoji.
Oh yeah,
You've corrupted it.
Great.
I saw something.
Some people deserve it.
Yeah. I saw something on the day before yesterday on Twitter, where Camden, the one of the little boroughs of London, they made a transgender coloured crosswalk, for and of course,
nice.
Of course the TERFs were there.
Of course they were.
And of course, now there was one group that was there that was perfectly valid, which is, this is really, really tricky for partially sighted or blind people. Well, not.
Yeah, okay.
It's difficult. These kind of things are confusing for disabled people, was basically what it was.
Yeah,
then you've got this other person that says, "Oh, look at what you've done, Camden. This is really, really bad for disabled people." And in their profile, they're adult human female, which is just it's the "I am a TERF" motto. Basically.
How to tell everyone you're a TERF without saying you're a TERF.
Exactly. And so,
Yeah.
you know, like, oh, that's not true at all. And I said, really? And I just, you know, did the very quick search, because all I did was I searched a one word and their and their username, and I got like 50 plus hits, and the word was penis. And they basically, this is someone who cares more about penises than I do.
Can I ask a question?
No, actually, this is someone who cares more about penises than AIDSy does.
Oh, and honestly, that's caring a lot about penises. Magnus, sorry, you had a question.
What's a TERF?
Oh, it's an acronym, Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. And the hilarious thing is that was their own term. That was their own term. Like they called themselves radical feminists, and they said trans women are not included in feminism. We exclude them. That was literally their own term, trans exclusionary radical feminist. And then when people suddenly went, in the last, say, 5 years, people went, wow, you're a piece of shit. They said, that's a slur. And it's like, motherfucker, 10 years ago, that was the term you used yourself. And it's just because, and whenever anyone says, TERF's a slur, and I go, well, only in the same way that bigoted piece of shit is a slur. And it's like, well, stop being a bigoted piece of shit, and I won't call you a bigoted piece of shit.
They like to call themselves gender critical today. These days.
Again, that is literally the same thing.
It's just
Nazis do. The Nazis try and reframe themselves every 5 seconds, so you can't say that person is a literal fash. They worship Hitler, and they're talking about race war and exterminating the non-whites. And they just keep, no, fuck you, and you changing your terminology. You're a fucking Nazi. You love Hitler. You revere Nazi ideology. You want to exterminate people who aren't you. Fuck you. And the TERFs keep wanting to come up with different terms. And it's like, no, fuck you, honestly.
Okay. I had an interesting encounter on Wednesday.
Yeah.
As you know, I drive a 12.5 meter, 22-ton big white brick thing.
Yeah, big bus, yeah.
Yes. I'm driving it through down St Kilda Road. Now, do you know St Kilda Road?
I do.
Yes.
Yes. Hetty?
No.
Okay. Laura,
Laura won't know St Kilda Road.
Laura,
no.
Okay. St Kilda Road. You've got tram lines. You've got I think there's a road, there's a single lane, and then you've got a median strip with some trees. Then you've got 2 lanes. Then you've got a bike lane. Then you've got car parks. Right? That's this road. So I'm driving down, and I've got approximately that much for my lane on either side of the bus.
Yeah.
And the only way I know that I'm in the lane is looking in the rearview mirrors. Because I can't actually physically see the front of my vehicle in the lane. I've got no hope of seeing what's on the left-hand side of my vehicle in the lane. And in Australia, they recently passed a law that says that all vehicles must give 1.5 meters clearance of cyclists when traveling above, I think it's 20 kilometers an hour. We've got it, right? So down St Kilda Road, it's physically impossible because the cyclists ride on the right-hand edge of that bike lane because the people in the car parks just open the doors and nearly take them out.
Yeah.
I'm driving a bus down the left-hand lane. For me to give 1.5 meters clearance, I've got to go into the other lane. I can't do that because there's a car next to me. If I stopped and waited for all the cyclists, I wouldn't get to where I'm going. I had a cyclist bang on the side of the bus, and he was yelling. I couldn't hear him. I waved and drove off. After I'd loaded my passengers, he came up and said, "What you did was terrible. You missed me by that much." I looked at him and said, "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll try harder next time."
Oh, Jesus.
Now,
Oh, Jesus.
the reason that's funny is because I missed him by that much. I'm a cyclist myself. Now, everybody out there listening, I ride a push bike. My safety is my personal responsibility, not the responsibility of the people in the cars. I don't trust them.
Yeah.
To have someone yell at me because I missed them by that much.
Yeah.
I've been missed by closer than that.
I'd say he missed you by that much is what really happened.
Well, no, I came up behind him, but he can't. He's not looking behind him.
Yeah. You see,
St Kilda Road is going to be a problem for that till they work out some other way of doing it, because it's just a bad setup.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, I would ride in primary position for that, because that's just unsafe.
Well, I mean, I had an incident, again, Mags, you might know, I was in Footscray and I was riding a bike and I was in a bike lane and there were two vehicle lanes next to me and I was going down a hill, I was under a bus and I just heard a truck horn go, and I'm like, okay, I'm in my lane. I don't know what that truck's doing. I just jumped from the bike lane to the footpath. I didn't even look. And I jumped from the bike lane to the footpath, and this truck roared past and just missed me. And again, bus drivers don't do this shit. Truck drivers do this shit. And what had happened is there were two vehicle lanes going in the same direction as me, two in the other one. Someone was turning right in one of the vehicle lines, and a truck was behind them and didn't want to slow down when someone in front of them turned right. And they literally just swerved into a lane. And because they swerved so wide, they swerved right into the bike lane and they were about to kill me. And they did the air horn and they were behind me. And I just heard this air horn and I had a choice. I had a choice to look over my shoulder and go, I wonder what that is about. Or my monkey brain could go, truck driver bad, get out of the way. And I jumped onto the footpath. If I had not jumped onto the footpath, this motherfucker in a truck who just didn't want to slow down would have fucking killed me because he swerved right into the lane. And fuck that guy.
I've got a screen share, and this is one of the roads that goes from Manchester to where I live. And it sounds like very similar to what you're talking about. So you've got pavement, parked cars, a cycle lane in the door zone, and then even if you're in the middle of the cycle lane, I can reach out and touch an overtaking tram.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good idea of what St Kilda Road's like, except where that blue car is, there's another lane and then trams.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much...
I actually, there's a video from, I don't know, 10 years ago. Now, are you going to bed?
Guys.
I think I might do.
Good night,
Good night, guys. See you later.
See ya.
There's a video on my YouTube channel from, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago. I put a camera on the front of my bike. I rode a bike down St Kilda Road on my way into work. And it's not a tram or a bus or anything, but I'm riding down the bike lane and it is like where cars open their doors. And this cocksucker taxi driver opens a door straight into me. Like the fucker didn't even look. And I've got a camera going and it's like I'm just riding down the lane going, and this fucker opens a door right into me. And I swerve, and it's off. Everyone thinks it's hilarious. There's a bit where I swerve and just scream, "Motherfucker!" because this prick just opened a door straight into me, and I had a microsecond and I swerved into the traffic lane, and no car hit me, which was fortunate. But this piece of shit fucking taxi driver opened a door straight into me, which was like.
And the thing is, this kills cyclists. It really does, even if you're wearing a helmet.
I could have been killed really easily by this prick.
Yeah.
So-
Well, what can happen? What can happen with cars? As well, is that if you hit a car door, your body goes forward, and your head goes back. Your body goes forwards, and then your head goes forwards, and the corner of the door can basically end up being pushed by the cycle helmet that's there, pushed into your forehead because you've gone forward and smacked.
Oh yeah, no. If
cyclists get killed.
Yeah, if I'd have hit this prick's door, I would have just got catapulted through the air and smashed into the ground. And I just barely managed to swerve around it. And by pure luck, there wasn't a car there, so I didn't get hit by a car. But this guy was a fucking piece of shit.
See, I can fully understand why cyclists ride down the very right-hand line of that strip down St Kilda Road, because it's the safest place for them.
Yeah.
But nothing can overtake you.
No.
And
well,
some of them
I'd rather be visible and piss people off than die, you know?
Well, yes.
Than hit a door and die.
It becomes it's terrible planning on whoever thought that
you need better infrastructure.
Absolutely. I tell you what, it's 1:30 and sometimes I go to Tube, it's like half an hour, and I feel like I am fucking zoned out right now, and I might go 9 eyes now.
Oh, I had one more thing to talk about very, very quick.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I'm having a chat, I think about all sorts of things. And one of the things that I think you might appreciate, and I think Abigail will as well, and it's how the theme tune for Superman and Star Wars is pretty much the same.
It's John Williams. Both of them are John Williams.
Reasonably close, yeah.
And what I mean by, if you think about, the sort of the intro to the Superman, so you go like, do you see what I mean?
It's the same with James Horner, who did Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan, also did this the movie Krull, and the notes are the same. Like the soundtracks.
Was such a good film.
Battle Beyond
Krull was so great.
Okay, can I?
Was it Krull? I don't remember. I haven't seen Krull for a long time. But Battle Beyond the Stars does sound the same.
Oh, that was
shit!
so
Battle
good.
Beyond the Stars with John Walton in it.
No.
That is
that was great.
Movie.
I have a question,
have that on my
and
hard
this
drive
goes
somewhere.
out to the world because I've been looking for it. I've been looking for it for most of my life, most of my adult life, and that's the movie Condor Man.
That's Michael. What's his name? Who was Frank Spencer?
It's a Disney movie, but it's not on Disney.
Oh, that was Michael Crawford, who was Frank Spencer and Phantom of the Opera. Yeah, Condor Man is a trippy fucking movie. Yeah,
it's brilliant. It's early 80s. It's brilliant. It's great fun, and it doesn't exist. I can't find it anywhere.
I've been.
I will find it for you. I'm on a mission now. Condor Man. I'll even set up an FTP server just so you can grab it, just for you.
What's an
report
FTP
back
server?
Tomorrow. An FTP server it's like it's file transfer protocol. It's basically you log in and you can download stuff.
Okay. Can you also? I lost my copies in a fire. Can you also put on 1066 The Battle for Middle Earth? 1066 The Battle for Middle Earth.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
It's a really good two-parter about 1066.
Is that
told from
Arnold
the view of
Arnold versus the Witch King?
No. It's
1066 the Third Age?
No.
I'm chuckling. It's
1066 Battle of Hastings.
No, it's the Battle of Hastings. Oh,
right.
Fuck. I went straight to Tolkien.
Yeah,
Of course, it's the Battle of Battle of Hastings, 1066.
This is what they've done is they've told the story of that year through the eyes of common folk. So the high-ranking people are there, but they're in the background.
Sure.
And it's really, really, really well done. It's a two-parter. If you're into history, you'd love it.
I want to watch it right now.
It's even got like where Tolkien got the name for orc. An orc. Orc is an Anglo-Saxon word that means someone from somewhere else. So a foreigner. And like it's all these Anglo-Saxon words he adopted and put in his books.
Well, he was a scholar, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Speaking of movies, I've been watching some older movies lately, and it really comes down to I've been playing my movie game where I watch different movies and connect the two actors in, and of course I ended up like, okay, I've now gone through my list. I need to make a new list for the new stuff to add to keep the game going. And so I end up on IMDb, and it's like, okay, what has this actor done? What movies have they been in? And so I ended up coming across Red Scorpion, which was the Dolph Lundgren.
Yes, okay.
And oh my gosh, it's awful because it's like Russian guy gets given a mission. He goes to try to do the mission, screws up. They leave him in the desert for the Russians. By the way, who are helping out the Cubans in Africa, which I don't even think has ever happened or even been close to happening.
That's because it's above your pay grade.
Yeah. And so, but it's like, so he gets taken back and he's like held a prisoner, and, he ends up, like escaping, and suddenly he becomes more like one of the rebels, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's just like, it's almost as bad as the Green Berets, which is
the John Wayne movie.
Yeah, John Wayne movie where he's standing talking about those bloody commies and how awful they are. And this is why we need to fight against them, And it's like, the bloody Russians and the Cubans, of course. They're so awful that even one of their elite Spetsnaz guys, when he fails a mission, they turn against him, stuff like that. And it's like, wow, it's just like American propaganda.
America. Okay, I found both Condor Man and 1066. I'm downloading them right now.
Oh, good Lord. Excellent. Okay, well, that's the thing to share later.
That is definitely a thing to share later.
I'd like to get those FTP links as well.
Okay, I'll try. I have to set up forwarding to from my router and all that, but I'm on it.
Abigail's nerdy enough to set all that up, so it's going to happen.
Abigail, you will love 1066.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. Just the synopsis alone is just
like
looks
amazing. One of the actors is sitting there and he goes, "This is a good film. I get paid to get up in the morning, eat breakfast, I go and kill Englishmen, then I go and have lunch, come back, I kill more Englishmen, then I go have dinner and sit around fire, drink mead, and go to bed. Then I get up in the morning and do it again."
I think one of the people who first trolled me, I think it was the first trolling that I had, was when I used to be on the internet on dial-up in those days, when I first said that I was trans, and it was like this little community thing, and there was a text chat, which was great at the time, but there was one person there who basically they were an arsehole. And, they basically trolled me by saying that they would like to go to Ireland so they could kill English people.
Sure.
And it's like, oh, really? Well, the funny thing is that a couple of years later, they turned up at the event that I was going to in America. And I said, do you still want to go to Ireland and kill English people? And she went, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. No. Funny how when it comes to putting money where her mouth is kind of thing, suddenly she's rather more bashful and not quite as awful.
Oh. Anonymity breeds contempt.
It's effectively the, what was it? The little kid with the big kid, sort of, Johnny has forgotten that, this isn't the internet or something. And he's like, come at me.
When a nerd goes up to a jock and goes, I'll fuck you up. And he forgot he wasn't on the internet when he said
it's, but yeah, that was 90, probably about 2000. The first time I was like effectively trolled.
Sorry, I'm just watching Abigail's face looking at these movies.
All right, I am actually going to go to bed and end El Streamo. So
good enough.
So Saturday night, tomorrow, well, it's tonight now, it's like so I'm on date night, so there's no Saturday night stream, but there's probably a Sunday night stream. So that's all I'm saying.
Excellent.
Cool. Good night, everyone.
See you all later. Thanks for joining us. Bye for now.